to sharpen their detection and reporting skills as they proactively hunt down threats and identify vulnerabilities. Engage in capture the flag tasks to foster a competitive and educational environment. Through live fire exercises, threat hunting, and CTF challenges, your team can identify and mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance prevention measures, and develop successful response strategies without risking your organization's assets. Our platform provides real-time visualization and comprehensive analysis of exercise data, offering complete visibility into ongoing activities, targeted systems, and your team's performance. It's a powerful tool for technical responders and senior management, providing valuable insights at every step. In addition to exercises, our cyber range conducts active skills testing to map individual and organizational proficiency levels, uncovering gaps. We tailor training programs to address these gaps, offering role-based self-learning modules to bridge skill deficiencies. Furthermore, our cyber range serves as a versatile platform to test and evaluate various cybersecurity technologies, including digital twins or AI-enabled offense and defense solutions. No matter the scale or complexity, we are fully dedicated to meeting your cybersecurity training and testing needs. Choose from our extensive list of offerings or opt for a fully customized project. Cybexer is your trusted go-to partner.
See on?
Põhimõtteliselt kohuke, aga taimne.
Taimne. Tere.
Ära karda, ütle julgelt tere Eesti taimsele toidule.
Täna võtame sihtmärgiks Eesti inimesed. Tiina, 61 aktiivne internetikasutaja. Ideid on? Palun.
Lähenen talle suhtlusportaalis. Taustada niikuinii ei uuri.
Ma helistan talle, pakun 50% kasumit nädalaga.
Kiri pangast, ta niikuinii ei kontrolli.
Suurepärane. Me proovime kõike.
Kontrollides kaitsed end. Ole ettevaatlik.
Selleks, et olla tugev küberturvalisuses, tuleb kasutada tugevaid paroole. Parooli tugevuse määravad erinevad raskused, nagu ka lihastrenni puhul, sest me ei taha ju kurjategijate elu lihtsaks teha. Parool peaks olema piisavalt pikk. Hea parool on vähemalt 12 tähemärki pikk. Lisaraskusteks peaks see sisaldama nii suur kui väike tähti ja numbreid ning eriti hea on, kui parool sisaldab ka mõnda erilisemat tähemärki, nagu näiteks või hüüumärk või kaldkriips. Hea mõte on kasutada mõnda lauset ning anda sellele lisaraskust. Näiteks trenn teeb tugevaks. Ainult, et tee kõikide sõnade esimesed tähed suureks ja asenda tühik mõne märgiga. Näiteks nii. Eriti tugevaks muutub parool, kui lisad ka mõne numbri. Näiteks. Ja sinu parool ongi tugevam.
Right now we are living in a world full of challenges. Nature, the climate, the biodiversity. Very quickly we have to come up with solutions in order to make a better world.
Eesmärk on kutsuda ühiskonnas esile seda muutust.
Põhja- ja Baltimaad on seadnud endale eesmärgiks saada maailma kõige integreeritumaks piirkonnaks.
But to reach those goals we need a lot of cooperation. And that's the reason for us being here.
The role of initiating new things is very much in our DNA.
Minu lootus on, et inimestel on võimalik kohtuda, koostööd teha.
The more countries we are that are speaking with one voice, the better.
Nimeta tegevus, mida Eesti inimesed teevad Facebookis. Ja rahvas ütleb klikivad imelikke linke. Aga miks?
Kui IT-vaatlik oled sina, testi enda teadmisi itvaatlik.ee.
Tere tulemast siis meie intervjuule, Ott Lepland.
Tere! Tegelikult on minu nimi Enn, olen Elmo asutaja ja tegevjuht. Elmo on täna kaugelt juhitava autotehnoloogia arendaja ja meil on jätkuvalt ka oma elektriautode jagamisäri. Me oleme alati otsinud, mis on siis Elmos see konkurentsieelis. 3 aastat tagasi jõudsime arusaamani, et autode ette toomine ja selle jaoks kaugelt juhitava tehnoloogia arendamine ongi siis meie uus väljakutse ja sellega me oleme siis jõudsalt nüüd maailma vallutamas. Kaugjuhitavat autot on peamiselt vaja autojagamisettevõttele, et ta saaks oma kliendi jaoks autod kuskilt kaugemalt kliendi ukse ette toimetada. Ma pakun, et mugavamat teenust on raske ette kujutada ja olgem ausad, see on päris oli ka inimene. Alates eelmise aasta sügisest rendi auto endal 1 klikiga ukse ette ja me teeme seda täna kaugelt juhitavate autodega. On uhke olla maailmas esimene, kes seda teeb.
Oled sa kunagi mõelnud, miks enamik lennukeid on valget värvi? Lennumasinate valgeks värvimise põhjuseid on mitmeid. Peamiseks neist ei ole disaineri eelis või soov sobituda kuskile pilvede vahele. Lennumasinad värvitakse valgeks seetõttu, et valge värv peegeldab päikesevalgust. Samal ajal tume neelab suurem osa valgusest. Päikesevalguse neeldumise tulemusena võib näiteks musta või tumesinise lennuki kere liigselt kuumeneda. Võib tekkida materjalide paisumist ning see võib omakorda tekitada lennuki kerele struktuurilisi kahjustusi. No lisaks on valge värv ka odavam, ta tuhmub palju vähem ning on ka kergem. Jah, just, sa kuulsid õigesti. Lennuki värvist sõltub ka tema kaal. Nimelt valget värvi kasutades hoiame me kokku 8 inimese kaalu. Õhusõiduki hoolduse koha pealt on näiteks heledamalt värvilt palju lihtsam vigastusi märgata. Nüüd sa siis tead, miks on enamus lennukeid just nimelt valged. Kui sul on veel küsimusi või tahaksid lennukitega ise tutvust lähemalt teha, siis ootan just sind Lennuakadeemiasse õppima.
Juba ammustest aegadest on seiklejad rännanud ühest linnast teise, ratsutades enesekindlalt läbi metsiku looduse. Või tegelikult mööda metsikut Pärnu maanteed. Ajad on nüüd teised, aga rännumeeste soovid on jäänud samaks. Üks hea kõhutäis, mis annaks energiat nii endale kui sõbrale. Energiapeatus Täkupoiss ootab teid Sauga ristmikul Tallinn-Pärnu maanteel. Kohtume Täkupoissis.
Viimase 10 aasta jooksul oleme täheldanud, et tänu kirele, teadmistele ja õigetele otsustele saame pakkuda sulle parimat valikut, teenindust ja heaolu. Lähenedes individuaalselt ja kliendikeskselt suudavad meie professionaalsed teenindajad anda nõu erinevates tehnoloogiaga seotud aspektides ja valida just see õige. Meie Arvutitargas usume, et inimesed oskavad kvaliteeti hinnata ja me teame, mis on hea. Külasta Arvutitarka. arvutitark.ee.
Cyber Technologies offers advanced cybersecurity training and testing solutions to enhance your organization's cyber resilience. Trusted by hundreds of organizations in over 50 countries, our platform provides realistic and impactful training experiences. Step into our cyber range for intense live-fire exercises, where your cyber and IT teams undergo real-life cyber operations in a safe virtual environment. Experience authentic tools and attack methods used by adversaries, while your defensive teams respond with real defensive strategies and techniques. This immersive experience mirrors real-world situations, allowing you to gain first-hand experience in operating under extreme stress and preparing for the challenges of the digital battlefield. Immerse your team in threat hunting to sharpen their detection and reporting skills as they proactively hunt down threats and identify vulnerabilities. Engage in capture the flag tasks to foster a competitive and educational environment. Through live fire exercises, threat hunting, and CTF challenges, your team can identify and mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance prevention measures, and develop successful response strategies without risking your organization's assets. Our platform provides real-time visualization and comprehensive analysis of exercise data, offering complete visibility into ongoing activities, targeted systems, and your team's performance. It's a powerful tool for technical responders and senior management, providing valuable insights at every step. In addition to exercises, our Cyber Range conducts active skills testing to map individual and organizational proficiency levels, uncovering gaps. We tailor training programs to address these gaps, offering role-based self-learning modules to bridge skill deficiencies. Furthermore, our Cyber Range serves as a versatile platform to test and evaluate various cybersecurity technologies, including digital twins or AI-enabled offense and defense solutions. No matter the scale or complexity, we are fully dedicated to meeting your cybersecurity training and testing needs. Choose from our extensive list of offerings or opt for a fully customized project. Cybexer is your trusted go-to partner.
Mis see on?
Põhimõtteliselt kohuke, aga taimne.
Taimne. Tere.
Ära karda, ütle julgelt tere Eesti taimsele toidule.
Täna võtame sihtmärgiks Eesti inimesed. Tiina, 61 aktiivne internetikasutaja. Ideid on? Palun.
Lähen endale suhtlusportaalis. Taustada niikuinii ei juuri.
Ma helistan talle, pakun 50% kasumit nädalaga.
Kiri pangast, ta niikuinii ei kontrolli.
Suurepärane. Me proovime kõike.
Kontrollides kaitsed end. Ole IT-vaatlik.
Selleks, et olla tugev küberturvalisuses, tuleb kasutada tugevaid paroole. Parooli tugevuse määravad erinevad raskused, nagu ka lihastrenni puhul. Sest me ei taha ju kurjategijate elu lihtsaks teha. Parool peaks olema piisavalt pikk. Hea parool on vähemalt 12 tähemärki pikk. Lisaraskusteks peaks see sisaldama nii suur kui väike tähti ja numbreid ning eriti hea on, kui parool sisaldab ka mõnda erilisemat tähemärki, nagu näiteks või hüüumärk või kaldkriips. Hea mõte on kasutada mõnda lauset ning anda sellele lisaraskust. Näiteks trenn teeb tugevaks. Ainult, et tee kõikide sõnade esimesed tähed suureks ja asenda tühik mõne märgiga. Näiteks nii. Eriti tugevaks muutub parool, kui lisad ka mõne numbri. Näiteks. Ja sinu parool ongi tugevam.
Right now we are living in a world full of challenges. Nature, the climate, the biodiversity. Very quickly we have to come up with solutions in order to make a better world.
Eesmärk on kutsuda ühiskonnas esile seda muutust.
Põhja- ja Baltimaad on seadnud endale eesmärgiks saada maailma kõige integreeritumaks piirkonnaks.
But to reach those goals we need a lot of cooperation, and that's the reason for us being here.
The role of initiating new things is very much in our DNA.
Minu lootus on, et inimestel on võimalik kohtuda, koostööd teha.
The more countries we are that are speaking with one voice, the better.
Nimeta tegevus, mida Eesti inimesed teevad Facebookis. Ja rahvas ütleb... klikivad imelikke linke. Aga miks?
Kui IT-vaatlik oled sina, testi enda teadmisi itvaatlik.ee.
Tere tulemast siis meie intervjuule, Ott Lepland.
Tere! Ja tegelikult on minu nimi Enn, olen Elmo asutaja ja tegevjuht. Elmo on täna kaugelt juhitava autotehnoloogia arendaja ja meil on jätkuvalt ka oma elektriautode jagamisäri. Me oleme alati otsinud, mis on siis Elmos see konkurentsieelis. 3 aastat tagasi jõudsime arusaamani, et autode ette toomine ja selle jaoks kaugelt juhitava tehnoloogia arendamine ongi siis meie uus väljakutse ja sellega me oleme siis jõudsalt nüüd maailma vallutamas. Kaugjuhitavat autot on peamiselt vaja autojagamisettevõttele, et ta saaks oma kliendi jaoks autod kuskilt kaugemalt kliendi ukse ette toimetada. Ma pakun, et mugavamat teenust on raske ette kujutada ja olgem ausad, see on päris seksikas ka, kui ilma juhita auto jõuab sinu ukse ette. Juhil on kokku võttes 6 erineva kaamera video ekraanidele toodud. Igal autole me paneme nii-öelda boksi, kus sees on väike arvuti, seal on ruuterid sideühenduse saamiseks, seal on meie enda arendatud kontroller, mis siis kõiki neid erinevaid seadmeid omavahel tööle paneb ja kus peal siis ka meie soft jookseb. Elmo tehnoloogia eeldab 4G internetiühendust, mis on täna piisav ja kindlasti hädavajalik, et tehnoloogiat kiirelt igale poole maailma erinevas otsades pakkuda, sest 4G sisuliselt on igal pool. 5G avab täiendavad uksed, kindlasti ta muudab kiirust suuremaks, ta muudab pildi kvaliteeti paremaks. Kaugjuhitavad autod on tänaval lubatud, otse loomulikult kokku lepitud reeglite järgi. Eesti on selles mõttes väga eesrindlik riik. Tänane autojuhtimine kui töökoht muutub atraktiivsemaks ja on juba muutunud ka atraktiivsemaks, mida me Elmo näitel näeme igapäevaselt. Üks väga tore asi on ka see, et liikumispuudega inimene saab tulla autot juhtima ja seda kaugjuhtimine võimaldab. Me oleme oma tehnoloogia arendamisel sellega arvestanud, kogu see alumine osa sõidab ära, et vajadusel siia ka ratastooliga inimene ligi pääseb ja siis ka autot kaugelt juhib. Elmo kliendid saavad tellida alates eelmise aasta sügisest rendiauto endal 1 klikiga ukse ette ja me teeme seda täna kaugelt juhitavate autodega. On uhke olla maailmas esimene, kes seda teeb.
Oled sa kunagi mõelnud, miks enamik lennukeid on valget värvi? Lennumasinate valgeks värvimise põhjuseid on mitmeid. Peamiseks neist ei ole disaineri eelis või soov sobituda kuskile pilvede vahele. Lennumasinad värvitakse valgeks seetõttu, et valge värv peegeldab päikesevalgust. Samal ajal tume neelab suurem osa valgusest. Päikesevalguse neeldumise tulemusena võib näiteks musta või tumesinise lennuki kere liigselt kuumeneda. Võib tekkida materjalide paisumist ning see võib omakorda tekitada lennuki kerele struktuurilisi kahjustusi. No lisaks on valge värv ka odavam, ta tuhmub palju vähem ning on ka kergem. Jah, just, sa kuulsid õigesti. Lennuki värvist sõltub ka tema kaal. Nimelt valget värvi kasutades hoiame me kokku 8 inimese kaalu. Õhusõiduki hoolduse koha pealt on näiteks heledamalt värvilt palju lihtsam vigastusi märgata. Nüüd sa siis tead, miks on enamus lennukeid just nimelt valged. Kui sul on veel küsimusi või tahaksid lennukitega ise tutvust lähemalt teha, siis ootan just sind Lennuakadeemiasse õppima.
Juba ammustest aegadest on seiklejad rännanud ühest linnast teise, ratsutades enesekindlalt läbi metsiku looduse. Või tegelikult mööda metsikut Pärnu maanteed. Ajad on nüüd teised, aga rännumeeste soovid on jäänud samaks. Üks hea kõhutäis, mis annaks energiat nii endale kui sõbrale. Energiapeatus Täkupoiss ootab teid Sauga ristmikul Tallinn-Pärnu maanteel. Kohtume Täkupoissis.
Viimase 10 aasta jooksul oleme täheldanud, et tänu kirele, teadmistele ja õigetele otsustele saame pakkuda sulle parimat valikut, teenindust ja heaolu. Lähenedes individuaalselt ja kliendikeskselt suudavad meie professionaalsed teenindajad anda nõu erinevates tehnoloogiaga seotud aspektides ja valida just see õige. Meie arvutitargas usume, et inimesed oskavad kvaliteeti hinnata ja me teame, mis on hea. Külasta arvutitarka. arvutitark.ee
Cybex Technologies offers advanced cybersecurity training and testing solutions to enhance your organization's cyber resilience. Trusted by hundreds of organizations in over 50 countries, our platform provides realistic and impactful training experiences. Step into our cyber range for intense live fire exercises, where your cyber and IT teams undergo real-life cyber operations in a safe virtual environment. Experience authentic tools and attack methods used by adversaries, while your defensive teams respond with real defensive strategies and techniques. This immersive experience mirrors real-world situations, allowing you to gain first-hand experience in operating under extreme stress and preparing for the challenges of the digital battlefield. Immerse your team in threat hunting to sharpen their detection and reporting skills as they proactively hunt down threats and identify vulnerabilities. Engage in capture the flag tasks to foster a competitive and educational environment. Through live fire exercises, threat hunting, and CTF challenges, your team can identify and mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance prevention measures, and develop successful response strategies without risking your organization's assets. Our platform provides real-time visualization and comprehensive analysis of exercise data, offering complete visibility into ongoing activities, targeted systems, and your
And a very good morning to everybody here with me in the room. I would call you actually cyber enthusiasts, and if I'm thinking about it's very early on Saturday morning, so I'm actually super excited to see so many fresh faces, and I really do hope that you're going to have a lot of fun with us here today. So I'm kicking off the event Cybercation, which is the Nordic-Baltic Educators Forum, and of course also the side event of the Cyber Battle of Nordic-Baltic 2023. Our today's event is actually organized by the dynamic collaboration of the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Estonia, and of course also very tech-savvy minds from the CTF technology as well. I'm going to be your moderator, Anett Numa, and I'm making sure today that all of you here would know every single little detail what's going to happen today, and I'm also making sure that our esteemed speakers are in a top-notch shape, I would say, and they would also have a comfortable environment here to talking about their experience in different kind of fields. So if you would ask me what you should prepare yourself for, then we first of all, of course, have a very good lineup of speakers, keynote speakers, who will tell you a lot about the secrets of gamified ethical hacking and how this is, of course, also transforming the way we teach cybersecurity, the rising stars of the cyber world. We're going to also hear about what's happening in the military field and how do we get actually more younger, like also the tech minds there as well. And then, of course, also we'll be discovering global trends when it comes to the Nordic-Baltic region in a larger than life perspective as well. Of course, also, as you can see, there is a lot of people here in the room that I would very much encourage to connect between each other. We have coffee and tea as well here, some snacks during the break. So do connect also with people here, because I'm pretty sure that during these kind of events, you can make some very valuable connections as well. And of course, also don't forget that in downstairs, we also have the Cyber Battle of the Nordic-Baltic 2023. I was here yesterday, I was here a year ago, and I have to tell you, it was one of the most wonderful experiences, like an entire room full of young people that are doing the ethical hacking and really finding the ways how to get over of these cyber challenges as well. So I really recommend during the breaks to go down there and see what these young minds are doing. But I wouldn't waste too much of a time here. Like I said, I'm going to be around here the entire day, and of course also introducing every single speaker here. But without further ado, I'm very happy to ask here as for the opening remarks, Maria Kreutzmann. She is the director of the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Estonia, and she will welcome you with the opening remarks. So Maria, I'm very happy to ask you to join me here on the stage.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so much, Annette, and it's great to be here. We have a great day ahead of us. It's going to be super exciting, but it's also taken a lot of greatness and excitement to get us where we are today. We really are in a digitalized world. I think you all realize what it's taken to get us here, what level of innovation has been required. The way we live and the way we function today is completely based on digitalized systems. Our power supply system, our fresh drinking water system, you know, we might think it's just water from the tap, but it does have a lot of digitalization behind it for it to function today. The way our government works, the way our education system works, it's not just classes in a physical classroom anymore, is it? Maybe some of you have been to the doctor recently. Our medical records and the way hospitals are set up, full of digitalized solutions. Today's broadcasting of this event would not be possible without digi solutions. So look, it's taken innovation to get us where we are. But since we rely so much on digitalized solutions, that's also where we're vulnerable. And this is the bad news. Anyone or anything who would like to do something to us which isn't full of good intentions, anyone with, you know, a bit of malicious intention, where would they try to hit? Well, they would hit things that we depend on, right? And a lot of that would be the digitalized solutions. If we think about it this way, we see a lot of disinformation today. Look at Russia's illegal and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. We see a conflict full of misinformation and disinformation. What does that do to our societies? That actually hurts our democracies. We want to have peaceful, inclusive democracies, but misinformation and disinformation is contributing to polarize our societies. We also see hacking, we see attacks to many of the daily systems that we depend on. Now to the good news. We are all here because we're going to try to do something about this. We need to work together to prevent these things from happening. But we also need to up our game, because many of these hackers or those with malicious intent, they're one step ahead. They're super smart and they're skilled, and we are struggling to keep up with that speed. But doing something is the best thing we can do. And that's why we're here. We are here today to work with, in particular, young people and with educators. We really believe from the Nordic Council of Ministers that we need to work with people at an early stage. Starting with young people is a really good option. Working with educators for the multiplying effect is also really important. We would like to see our region be the most integrated region by the year 2030. That's our vision. But if we are going to do that, and if we're going to succeed, we need to get smarter, and we need to get more skilled, and we need to build knowledge. As you all know, digitalization, data, all these things, they don't respect borders. These things are crossing borders all the time. That's why we need to work together. It doesn't help if just one country does it, or one town, or one school. We need all of us to be included. Otherwise, we will not really get anywhere. So we're here today. We're going to do our part to try and up our game. We're going to work really hard, and we're going to get smarter. We're going to get more knowledgeable. We're going to get more skilled so that we can keep up and not just respond to when things happen, but actually prevent things from happening. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm particularly excited personally to see how the young people will be working and in the battles and the games that we have set up for them. I hope many of you would agree with me that we can learn a lot from those who are younger than us. Many of these things come so naturally to them than perhaps to some of the older generations. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming here. Thank you so much, CTF Tech, for working with us. And of course, my own great team, our office here in Tartu, and my colleague Grete, and everyone around me in my own organization, including our colleagues also traveling from Copenhagen. So super excited to be here, and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Maria, for the introduction and opening remarks as well here. Like I told you before, we're now going to jump and discover what is happening in the Nordic side of the world. We have 3 presentations, 3 keynote speakers here. And we're going to actually kick off with going to Sweden. So David Olgard, he's the director of Cyber Campus of Sweden, and he is going to tell us about Cyber Campus and its role in Swedish cybersecurity. So let's see what's happening in Sweden, and I'm happy to ask David to join me here on stage.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Distinguished guests, Maria, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have been invited to Cybercation this year to present to you the background to and the way ahead for Swedish agile and cutting-edge cybersecurity research, innovation, and education. My name is David Olgard. I am the director of Cyber Campus Sweden, a newly established triple helix center of excellence that aims to strengthen Sweden's resilience in the cyber domain. Before being appointed to be the director of Cyber Campus, I spent more than 25 years in the Swedish defense sector, working with information security, IT security, and cybersecurity, as well as having been responsible for directing and coordinating research and technology development for Sweden's military cyber defense. Enough about me. So, how did we end up where we are? I guess you all are familiar with the never-ending cybersecurity challenge that we have been facing ever since the beginning of the computer age. We are continuously being haunted by new critical security updates and patches. It has proved to be a really hard problem to build and secure software and hardware over time, even though the big software and hardware companies employ tens of thousands of engineers and security experts. They are still not able to produce solutions without inherent security holes. Also, the bad guys are recurrently able to find and utilize glitches in our systems landscape that needs to be patched. We are still trying to solve how to set up and manage accounts in a secure way over time so that we can be sure who is who and who has a right to access what, when and from where, so that our information and system resources are safe all the time. It happens all the time that credentials are leaked and misused. When was the last time you checked if you had been pawned? We also struggle to make sure our data and systems configurations are available when we need to access them, and that our data is stored and backed up in a secure way so that we can restore normal operations when and if an adversary tries to deny us our services and/or extort us by holding our information and data hostage. We need to turn the tables on the cybersecurity challenge. We need to find a way to not only rely on best practice to end the never-ending story. Best practice is not enough. Cybersecurity research, implementation, and deployment have not kept pace with the rapid progress of digitalization. It will become increasingly difficult to manage incidents after the fact. We need all of society to contribute to a higher level of lowest cyber hygiene. One consequence of weak security by design is increased demand on the cybersecurity workforce, which is already understaffed. An exceptionally competent cybersecurity workforce is required to defend the vulnerable systems that constitute society's digital infrastructures. A recent study estimated the size of the global cybersecurity workforce at 5.5 million, a 9% increase from 2022. Conversely, the global workforce gap continues to grow even faster. The gap grew by 13% from 2022. There are now roughly 4 million cybersecurity professionals needed worldwide, more than 340,000 in Europe alone. The profession needs to almost double to be at full capacity. One solution to these problems consists of developing better tools and methods for secure system design and operation. Both training of the workforce and new tools and methods must be based on cutting-edge research and its translation into innovations. Enter Cyber Campus Sweden. Cyber Campus will be a vital hub for cybersecurity research, innovation, and education, and other Swedish initiatives in the field of digitalization. Cyber Campus is organized as a national collaboration that creates unique and valuable opportunities for collaboration between universities and research institutes, with government agencies and the private sector. Cyber Campus Sweden identifies, executes, strengthens, and coordinates cross-university education, research, and innovation on topics important for Swedish civil and military cyber defense, as well as industrial competitiveness. The mission of Cyber Campus Sweden is to carry out agile and cutting-edge cyber defense and security research, innovation, and education vital for a resilient Sweden, beyond what is possible for a single organization, and also academia, private, and public sector together. The core objectives are agile education, like cutting edge, upskill and reskill, and awareness training. Joint research to identify, execute, and coordinate cross-university research on cybersecurity topics with an interdisciplinary approach, like technical, legal, societal, global, and national security policy approach. Also, protected innovation to bridge open academic research and protection of innovations for defense and industry. And also being a competent body of expertise for decision makers with timely, well-informed, and organizationally neutral advice and expert opinions to decision makers at all levels of society and to all levels of society. Also delivering coordinated EU participation and soon also in a NATO context, hopefully. All of this to create international visibility through strategic international partnerships and international exchanges and scholarship programs together, and also trying to create visibility in national and international media. and that is for the use of recruitment of international experts to Sweden and to Cyber Campus. All of this based on a national research infrastructure that is a unique national research infrastructure for cybersecurity to provide synergies with existing research and innovation facilities. So, how did Cyber Campus come about? Well, the initial idea was actually formed in the spring of 2021, and I do still actually have the napkin in my drawer in my office. The initiative was officially launched in April 2022, and we have been working together with all of Sweden, actually, with an interdisciplinary approach with universities, authorities, and industry. The planning group for this consisted of one larger and one smaller university, KTH in Stockholm and Karlstad University outside of Stockholm. We brought in two authorities, the Swedish Armed Forces and the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency, to try and cover both the defense and security side of the cyber domain. And also two industry representatives, here represented by Saab and Ericsson. This work was funded by the Swedish innovation agency Vinnova through an industry government partner organization called Advanced Digitalization. And then, just a few weeks ago, the government announced its support for Cyber Campus on November 6th, including 100 million Swedish kronor over 3 years to start with. So that's a good start. That was actually the 5th day at my new work. So. All right. So the approach then. We have tried to work together, as I said earlier, together universities, institutes, industry, and government authorities from all over Sweden, represented by more than 150 cybersecurity cross-domain experts, and using workshops, one-on-one meetings, seminars, and conferences, and outreach activities like this. All of this to complement and strengthen already ongoing initiatives in Sweden. For example, the relatively newly established National Cybersecurity Center that coordinates activities between the Swedish Defense Radio Establishment, really the Signals Intelligence Agency, the Swedish Armed Forces, the Swedish Security Service, the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency, the Swedish Defense Material Administration, and the Swedish Police, and also the Swedish Post and Telecom Authority. Also, the Swedish cybersecurity node that initiates and runs innovation and research projects and activities called Cybernode here in this slide. There is also another initiative ongoing, the Swedish National Coordination Center that helps to promote EU initiatives in Sweden, provides guidance on EU calls to enable Sweden to participate and benefit from EU-funded cybersecurity programs. All of this to make sure that the Cyber Campus piece fits in the puzzle, or the cybersecurity landscape of Sweden. We have conducted physical visits to European Cyber Campus counterpart organizations like Athene at the Fraunhofer Institute in Frankfurt, Germany, and Cyber Campus in Switzerland to listen and to learn their experiences of do's and don'ts in order to establish a Cyber Campus. We have also conducted web browsing, obviously, on other relevant initiatives across Europe, and this was partly because of COVID, because we couldn't travel. We have also had discussions in Sweden with an initiative called SciLife Lab that conducts research, innovation, and education regarding life science to see how they function today in the Swedish system, having been established as a national initiative for more than 10 years ago, and they are still successfully conducting their operations. So then, what can we expect? Well, we aim for directing and creating context and having an interdisciplinary approach. These boxes here on this slide are just examples of what we're looking into. But we think that we need to establish know-how on secure cloud and edge. We also think that we need to solve how to utilize and manage the amalgamation between ordinary IT, operational technology, and the Internet of Things, be it a cat camera or something connected to your heating of your house. We also need to figure out how to automate cybersecurity because of the skills gap. And also we need to figure out how to train for worst case scenarios using cyber rangers. On the agile education part, we think that we need cutting-edge education for university students and doctoral students. We also need to come up with agile ways of how we teach and train, in how to create new content, in how to deliver education and training, like challenge-driven or like gamification, like we see below, one stairs below from us today. And also in who teaches and trains, be it universities and vocational universities working closely together with industry and authorities to figure out what is really needed here and now, and also in the strategic term. We also need to figure out how to upskill and reskill to make best use of the workforce today, like to handle the skills gap. We also need awareness training for all, like a higher level of lowest cyber hygiene for all. To sum it up, Cyber Campus will carry out agile and cutting-edge cyber defense and security research, innovation and education vital for a resilient Sweden, beyond what is possible for a single organization, academia, private and public sector together, and also to create international visibility for Sweden, to bring in experts to Sweden and also to reach out to experts outside of Sweden, working together. With that, I'd like to thank you for listening to me, trying to explain the how, why, and what regarding Cyber Campus Sweden. Thank you, Cybercation, for inviting me. And also thank you to the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Estonia and CTF Tech for organizing this important event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. And before you go, actually, I'm going to ask you like more a personal approach question.
Mm-hmm.
If you would think about this year, 2023, what would you call like your personal biggest achievement in Cyber Campus there in Sweden? Something that you're like super proud, like in the beginning of the year that you've started with something, or you have like really managed to, you know, really achieve something very great that you were personally wanted to bring it out?
You mean for 2023?
It could be also maybe last year, but
okay.
something you've been working for a while, and you say, you as a director of this, that you're very proud that you have achieved that.
Well, actually, it's the establishment of the whole thing, and also the government promise to and support to fund us. It usually should take several years, but we really managed this in like 18 months. So it's that's astonishing, really.
All right, that's a good answer. All right, as I have still like questions as well for later on as well, but I would still encourage our audience to jump in as well. But you can do that through Slido. So I would be actually very happy. Yeah, we already have on the screen as well that you can scan this QR code, or there is also the number that you can, of course, ask the questions from our speakers, and then of course also there are polls that you can say how much you have enjoyed today's event. Different kind of presentations and what you're also expecting for the next year. But I would like to say a very big thank you for you, David, and for like talking about what's happening in Sweden. And we are now actually jumping back to Estonia. And hearing what are the trends in cybersecurity in Estonia. And for that, I'm actually super excited to ask here on the stage Lauri Tankler, who is the head of R&D coordination, head of NCC EEE, Information System Authority of Estonia. So Lauri, I'm going to give the stage for you now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lauri Tankler, and I represent the National Cybersecurity Center at the Information System Authority. There's a whole lot of different acronyms that we have, NCCs and R&D, coordination, all those kinds of things. When I was thinking about what I'm going to be talking to you about, I thought of maybe we should be starting to, maybe I should just, boast about all those things that we do at the National Cybersecurity Center, how we've educated, we're worked out a program for girls, how we think about this workforce and everything like that. But I want to actually, step back a little bit, just to say that I set this whole presentation up in a different way, just to talk to you a little bit about, what's actually going on in cybersecurity in Estonia. Because this is what we do at the Information System Authority, at the National Cybersecurity Center. We take a look at what's the actual things that are happening in the cybersecurity domain, and then we tailor our responses according to what's actually happening. So let me just give you an overview of what's been happening in 2023. The Information System Authority in Estonia, we do two things. We build systems that are the underlying architecture of the Estonian information systems, such as the electronic identity, the X-Road, all those kinds of things. And then the other side, the Cybersecurity Center, we protect it. So we do a whole lot of things concerning analysis. We have the Computer Emergency Response Team, CERT-EE, standards, all those kind of things. So we build it and we protect it. There's a lot of stuff going on this slide saying that how we do this, so handling cyber incidents and supervision and defense of critical infrastructure, this protected part is where we work. So let's just give you an overview of what's been happening, and to talk about what's the trends in 2023, we got to go back and compare it to something. So let's compare it to 2022. In 2022, we put out this, at the beginning of 23, we put out a yearly assessment saying that the 2022 was a year of denial of service attacks. All right. You can read all about it on RIA's website, and there are some of these, what's been happening in 2023, monthly, quarterly, and annual overviews on our website. You can, find them pretty easily. So if 2022 was a year of denial of service attacks, and I don't need to, tell this crowd about what is a denial of service attack, I suspect, then 23, what's been happening? We have had a whole lot of denial of service attacks. These are just some of the headlines that we've seen, subject to bigger waves and bigger waves of denial of service attacks. This is just one, just another example of something that's been interrupting our daily lives, our systems that we rely on. I mean, the trains were running. That's, that's actually a good thing. But the ticket systems were disrupted, and this is something that may look or feel like a minor nuisance, but it's actually, just demonstrates how reliant we may be on some of these systems online, that I'm not sure that if there's ever a possibility to buy a paper ticket anymore. I'm not sure that there is. But this little passage from one of these articles sums it up pretty well. One of our experts actually said that this is, most of these attacks are denial of service attacks, but for example, one of the targets was also the North Estonian Medical Center, and the last sentence is something that I want you to pay attention to. The hospital's work was not affected by that incident. So that's the same thing with the trains. The trains were running, the hospital was working, but we are under a constant barrage of denial of service attacks. That's just a fact of 2023 as well, like it was in 2022. What else has been going on in 2023? So we have this English language as well, a quarterly overview of what we at RIA have been seeing in Estonia, and I'm just going to bring out a couple of headlines from that quarterly assessment. So this is a global wave of ransomware that also affected Estonia, and in it says that the attackers were exploiting a 2-year-old vulnerability in some software to actually gain access to some of these organizations and to deploy the ransomware there. Another from the second quarter, we did notify a whole lot of online web stores about the fact that they had outdated software which was vulnerable. And there were still a whole lot of online stores after this Magento software was basically obsolete. They were still using it. So that's it. There's a segment which we call "It Could Be Better." And then we learned in April that there was a big data leak. Why? A lot of things were stolen due to unpatched security weaknesses. Unpatched security weaknesses. And again, some defacement attacks we were talking about in the third quarter, because, website defacements, why did they happen? It's mostly because of outdated software or unpatched systems. These 4 headlines or pieces of news, they have one thing in common, and it's patching. It's vulnerabilities and patching. The previous speaker also talked about this constant cybersecurity challenge where the vulnerabilities are there more and more all the time, and we are falling behind in patching them, and we need maybe also some cybersecurity automation to help us out there, because there are some of these vulnerabilities or patching systems or updating systems, things that may catch us off guard. Like maybe something is being found yesterday or today, and we have no idea that somebody was exploiting that. But let me just go back a little, and let's just put this out there again. Attackers started exploiting a what now? A 2-year-old vulnerability. A 2-year-old vulnerability. We're not talking about stuff that was actually discovered yesterday or today, but the attackers started exploiting a 2-year-old vulnerability, and they actually got through. So this is not a problem for, this is not acute in that sense that I need to run now. But in 2 years, it could be actually, it should be patched or updated. 2 years. Right. So these are some of the things that next to the denial of service attacks, we're seeing a lot of things that are happening due to unpatched vulnerabilities or software that's not being updated. Globally, we're looking at some of those bigger trends as well, and we see them in Estonia. I did say something about ransomware in Estonia, but this is a good graph which shows how much ransomware operators have been bringing in money. This is a trend. The red line is year 2022, and a dark blue line black line, is 2023 up to, half a year. The numbers on the left there are millions of dollars. That's basically $500 million of revenue that's been recorded to have been gone to ransomware operators in half a year only. This is a global trend, and we do see ransomware happening in Estonia as well. I mean, of course, you can't get $500 million from Estonia. That would be really difficult to actually get here. But this is a trend that is global, and it is big. Now think about this for a second. If this goes on the same way, it could go up to about, like $900 million for the year. Okay, let's think about this. When we look at the next slide. This is for 2022. It's from the FBI. That's actually showing what are some of the losses that they have recorded. And the first two that are up there are in billions of dollars, 3.3 billion and 2.7 billion. The first one is investment. This is something that we at the Cybersecurity Center, we don't really, this is more about scams. This is more police work than what we do. But the second one is called business email compromise. And of course, I have to say that these are, American numbers, which are always bigger. But these numbers actually demonstrate the difference between the actual losses that are recorded all around the world. So business email compromise, obviously when somebody's email is being surveyed, somebody has given access to their emails, and at the final moment where money exchanges hands, then the attacker asks them to redirect the payment to another bank account. This is business email compromise. This is an even bigger deal in the world compared to ransomware. Sure, the ransomware has a little asterisk on here. It only says $34 million. It's because ransomware losses aren't really reported to the FBI, and that was in that report. So, let's, put $500 million actually there as well. So business email compromise, in terms of technical things, is a global thing, and it's growing as well. And this is also something that we have seen in Estonia. We've seen a lot of business email compromise, and it actually does have higher monetary losses compared to ransomware. That's one of the, that's 100,000 euros in Estonia. And there's a big question mark here, because the direct victims were not at the Estonian company. It was their partner, but it was the Estonian company that was compromised. That's why the partner was, the partner got this email, hey, can you send that 100,000 euros to another? And yes, the ransomware, like I said, this happens here as well. So on the technical side, yes, we are looking at the denial of service attacks. We're looking at vulnerabilities and patching, and some of these ransomware and some of these business email compromise attacks, they start with phishing, very simple things. Somebody asks you, what's your password? And you tell them your password, and then they get access to your emails, and then they get access to your systems. So these are the technical things that are important to note when we're talking about what are the trends and challenges here. One more thing, though. We're talking about also policy. And the policy is a tricky one because, what is a trend or a challenge here in policy? The NIS2 is a regulation that will be, will have to come into force on October 18th in 2024. That's a little less than a year from now. This actually means that a whole lot more of organizations in Estonia, in all of your countries and everybody's countries who's watching us online in Europe will have to have mandatory required sets of cybersecurity measures in place. Right now, this applies to, for example, in Estonia, it applies to operators of critical services and public administration. In next year, a lot of different organizations, this scope will be expanded. This is a picture from Ernst & Young, which demonstrates that, if now we're talking about that banking and energy and drinking water and health sector have to have these mandatory requirements, then next year there will be manufacturing, waste management, food production, digital providers, wastewater. These sectors will have mandatory requirements. There's a couple of things, you can look it up. This is from the actual regulation that they have to have appropriate, proportionate, technical and operational and organizational measures put in place. Why am I talking about this as a trend or a challenge? This means that these organizations will have to have people who know all these things. Or they will reach out to cybersecurity service providers so that they could actually provide these organizational, technical, operational measures to those companies. There's another thing here. You don't have to read the whole thing. So the members of the management bodies of these wastewater management and all those kind of things, they will have to follow training, the required training. So they will have to acquire services to train these people. This is a trend or a challenge for next year. So what are the implications? Why am I talking about these trends and challenges to a forum of educators and cybersecurity education enthusiasts? Let's just put it this way. It's because all these things that I've talked about today require skills and education. We're talking about basic cyber hygiene skills, of course, like that you don't click on everything that you see out there, that you can update your software on this, maybe your smart TV, or what was it, the cat camera that somebody earlier mentioned, that they wouldn't be DDoSing the hospital that is providing care for our people. Technical skills and cybersecurity training for you and for these people who work in these sectors, that they would actually do the same. But the skills and education part, and we're talking about higher education as well, also demonstrates to us that there will be more risk management people needed, standards and compliance people needed, and leadership and organizational skills, people who actually lead these companies, who finance these companies, who look for investments, who look for actual, or they allocate funds to do these things. These people will have to know about cybersecurity in the next year. This is why I'm bringing out these trends and challenges right now. So I'm going to stop here. Obviously, if you have questions, I'm ready to answer them. But this is why we talk about these trends and challenges. We look at them every day at RIA. We see these problems and we see these things coming up, and we actually need these to be addressed by people also by new automated innovation software. But this is something that I want to leave you with, that these are the skills that are needed like right now, like next year. So thank you very much. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you, Lauri. And again, I encourage also all of you to ask questions. If you don't want to do that over Slido, we do also have microphones here so that you can just raise the hand and also ask your question. I know that Estonians are very shy in the beginning, but okay, we already have one hand. So let's take that one here for that channel there. Yeah, the microphone is just coming.
Thank you. So one of the emphasis, one of the problems, or one of the challenges we have is a lot of this cybersecurity stuff is coming from, in many cases, the military. Now, there's a huge difference between policing cyberspace and cyber warfare. And I'm always quite amazed at how that the police, the military don't understand that policing. So how much communication do you have with the Estonia police?
Okay. Thank you for this question. First of all, just to put this into our perspective, we see that most of these cybersecurity incidents come from the civilian side. This is the biggest side here, and you will hear about the military side right after my presentation here. But we do have, Riia, we do have a lot of communication with the Estonian police. And the Estonian, the Police and Border Guard Board, they actually have these. They have two different sides. One is tackling the more difficult and more cybersecurity oriented questions. But then the regular police, they actually are focusing more and more on how to protect, how to prevent some of these maybe investment scams and all those kinds of things. We do share information with them, and they share information with us. We've set up some automatic information sharing, and I think that in terms of prevention, awareness campaigns, and all those things, we try to make it so that we are in lockstep when we're talking to the general public about how to address some of these issues which are affecting the general population as well. So there is a lot of cooperation there. Oh, so yeah, they're not here today. Maybe they're watching online, but yeah. So yeah.
Any other questions from the audience before I'm going to jump to my question? Any hands that I can see? I can see the lights. No. Okay, so you can still take some time for not being too shy. So you were talking about the talent. And I think this is something that I always raise that question is also in the previous presentation, we're messing around 4 million people working in cyber in a world. I think the numbers in Estonia are also pretty big. So more if we think about expectations, we have a lot of people here also from the universities, for example, the research institutions and even the high school teachers. What are your expectations for these people in the educational field? What they should be doing? Can we help them? Is there any way to do collaboration? Is there any good examples maybe that we can solve that problem together? Because I feel when we think about especially educational sector, there is a lot of also teachers who don't have the skills to kind of help our kids. What should we do in order to overcome that issue as well?
Okay. Thank you for that question, because we do have a talent show going right downstairs, basically, that people are demonstrating how well they're doing. But to sum it up, we need quantity. Basically, this is what we're looking for. It's not just about the best of the best that we're looking for. We're looking for also people who are just, good at some things, but they don't maybe want to compete. It doesn't matter if you compete in cybersecurity as long as you can do the good work. If you can protect that hospital, if you can protect your critical infrastructure, if you can protect your country, then it doesn't have to be that you have won a competition somewhere. You have to actually, like be there to actually help out or contribute. So what we're looking for is a little bit more speed, is a little bit more agility in terms of what higher education, but also what basic education can do, so that we could interest a whole lot of new people, the new generation in cybersecurity. We're looking for a little bit more diversity, because we see that very few women and girls are involved in these technical places as well. And so I know that the academic sector and the education sector has always found a way to adapt to societal changes. Like if there's more cars out there, they will put more engineers out there. It's always there. Right now we're a little bit in a hurry, so we need some things to actually change a little bit faster, a little bit more, a little bit quantity. This is something that we're looking for. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other questions so far from the audience that you want to address before I let Lauri to actually go from here? No. Okay. Then I would like to say a very big thank you to you. And right now I'm extremely excited to actually invite on the stage my former colleague and also I would say a very good friend, Mr. I could call you Mihkel Tikk, who is the Deputy Commander at the Estonian Defence Forces Cyber Command, and he is telling us how to actually develop and retain cyber talent, especially in the Estonian Cyber Command. So Mihkel, the stage is yours now.
So thank you. So my kind of story will be controversial to Lauri's in many cases. So we are after quality, not quantity. But to answer your questions, like at the beginning, is that in Estonia we have really clear kind of roles in place. So Estonian Cyber Defence Forces Cyber Command is purely responsible for Ministry of Defence and its agencies and multilateral cooperation, and we use Estonian Information Systems Authority as our partner and also proxy to the private sector. So we try to kind of avoid any duplication in the entire ecosystem. Just to kind of put few things in perspective. First, we have to understand that what we are doing in the military is not through the prism of profit, but through the prism of defense, which kind of asks us from different mindset when we kind of design the things. So we will give you an example. If we have a private company operating and war happens, then they will say we have force majeure and they will discontinue their service maybe. In our case, we have to do vice versa. We have to expand rapidly and many times over. We have to provide quality services in this kind of contested environment. Cyber Command itself is not very old. It was founded in 2018, but cyber military service, or cyber conscription as we call it, is older than Cyber Command. So we started in 2012. And now I will kind of try to take you through how we do that. A friend of mine who is, I think, also organizing the other event here, Aare Reintem, told me that real Estonian man has to do three things. One is sing at the song festival, laulupidu. 2, go to the mandatory military service, which is conscription. And 3, ski Tartu marathon, which is cross-country skiing, 63 clicks, classic style. Fortunately, he told me that at the time when I had done all 3 of them. So we expect Estonians to do the same, and I will kind of go through how we use the ecosystem to our benefit, and how we also kind of provide our ecosystem back. So our ecosystem is perfect for our kind of recruitment efforts. My own daughter, who's in kindergarten, can take an elective in robotics. Kids from the 1st grade can start coding through the ProGetiger. This is a snapshot from a website where there is kind of to all the different levels until the end of high school, where you can learn STEM, technology, drones, robotics. Basically, people who are interested can already use this opportunity to kind of educate themselves. Then we have freelance efforts, like a friend of mine, David, does Unicorn Squad, basically teaching young girls STEM, technology, drones. They are capable of fixing drones, destroying drones, 12 to 16 years old, so really good from the youngster side. Then we have like today's competition, raise the awareness of that area. And also we have a really good vocational education basis, and also gymnasiums which have specific programs in cybersecurity, which enables us to be basically present there, so to shape their minds. So if they want to kind of continue their career path in this area, then it would only make sense, since for men the military service is mandatory. They can choose to kind of continue their career in our command. And of course, the entire e-government and the ecosystem that we have developed over the years from the civilian side does help that we do have a really good understanding why this is so important. Now, moving on to the recruitment part. So, this is the difference now. We only take the best from the best. And it goes through the testing. We have a company called Rangeforce who has provided us a platform to do kind of this in-depth testing. Then we have our own tests, which finally kind of ends up with an interview with the current or the new or coming recruit. So to kind of see whether he or she kind of fits into our community. But we haven't stopped there just to kind of grab them from the market, because they are kind of forced to come to the service. So we are aiming for voluntary rate, which is 100%, that 100% choose to kind of opt for service before they are actually kind of asked to come. Today, this percentage is growing. It's over 30, but kind of even if you want to get to this cyber command, then you will go before you actually have been assigned to any units. You have to go and take a test, so we can kind of make sure that you will continue as a cyber person in this. We have even gone a step further. We have done a pilot project with one of the vocational education schools in Estonia called Kehtna. So where we actually kind of prepared entire class to come to our service. So basically we gave them this possibility to come there, and it's important because every vocational education graduate has to go through a practical phase in their training, which is 6 months. So they can do this during their service in the cyber command. So, and even from there, so we are also kind of participating in these kind of events to kind of spot the talent and maybe kind of provide them with an opportunity to come to our service. Why is Cyber Command perfect place to start your career in cyber? So there is another friend of mine on the picture. So why is it so good place to start? First, we cover broad range of areas. So we build system, we build software, we build hardware, we maintain them, we stress test them, we use them in really hostile environments, so where your average alien gaming computer wouldn't kind of survive. We take them out on the field, we break them, and we defend them. So basically the entire area of different areas, what you need in the ICT field and how to understand where to go, then Cyber Command gives you a perfect opportunity to kind of familiarize yourself. So we provide the military and the Ministry of Defense all the networks, depending on classification, classified networks, official networks. We do cooperation with allies, also networking. We provide all these services, whether it's on somebody's desk or whether it's in the middle of the forest. We also develop our own software and tools. So this is another opportunity where you can kind of train yourself. We have a Cyber Information Operations Center, which is meant for defending our system from different perspectives, but also pen testing our own systems. And this is one of the reasons why I would say that cyber service, like mandatory cyber service in military, is a perfect starting place. You enter with pretty good knowledge, but we build those skills and basically make you at least a specialist in some of the areas where you end up. The usual career path is similar to all. You start with the service desk, basically understanding the landscape that you're working in, and then you move into different areas, whether it's administration, whether it's cyber defense, whether it's a service manager, whether it's a kind of documentation, whether it's offensive capabilities, defensive capabilities, and also we support information operations. And also one of the things that we have, which is not really common, is we have strategic communication center where people who have more kind of artistic skills can also kind of do media operations, providing kind of this kind of video feeds or even kind of give out journals. So now we move to the retention. So after this military conscription ends, some of the people will work for us, but this is up to 10%. The other 90% we are giving back to the community. Basically, we have trained them to be better. We have trained them to be able to contact with us, and we give them back to community. They will be working in Estonian Information Systems Authority, in all of these companies maybe that are behind me, but one thing is common for all of them. They are reservists of Cyber Command. So they are available for us also during the wartime, and they know how to kind of how to run business with us. So why is this important? The lessons from Ukraine is quite obvious. Before the aggression last year, we saw how much cyber domain was put into play to destroy their command and control capabilities and also information capabilities. So the government institutions were attacked, so they wouldn't know what to do. And unprecedented attack against the satellite assets, which was KSAT attack, was supposed to disable Ukraine's capability of command and control, so they wouldn't be kind of able to coordinate their counter activities. So this kind of shows that why we need to do this in the military. The other thing that is obvious from here is that in military, unlike maybe in civilian sector, we always kind of consider these technological advancements as an extra layer for speed or agility or kind of speed up our kill chain. We understand that first we see it also in Ukraine, bullets and mortars are the primary kind of effectors, and everything else that comes with technology gives more advantage. And we are kind of willing to understand, we are understanding that redundancy is the most important thing here, and we have to be able to kind of fall back with every system. But civilian sector maybe doesn't have this prerogative. So we have to train our soldiers from being soldier, using wired communication, which the old telephones, if you remember what those are, then already radios, then already kind of data networks, and then satellite networks and so on, so etc. So the retention piece is maybe most important, because we don't lose with our people connection after that they leave our service. this is where actually the real work begins. So now we conduct exercises quite regularly with different groups of our reservists. The exercise which is shown here was in September this year, called Baltic Blitz. It was an exercise where we brought in our cyber operators. We had Polish cyber command operators, and we had Maryland Air National Guard operators. So we trained those people who actually left us, maybe a few of them 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We trained them again and basically taught them how we operate, what are our newest, latest standard operational procedures, what are our tactics, techniques, and procedures. And these exercises go on and on. This was for the cyber operations community. Then we had one in spring, which was for our ICT community, where we brought in our ICT center reservists, where we actually put all these different connections up over the Estonia, because we have to have our autonomous network in every case. So basically, if the civilian network is down, like we had a few years back in Estonia, then we are capable of putting basically internet connection to any place in Estonia. And how to do that is we exercise. We rehearse this over and over again, that when the worst case scenario would happen, then our people who are in the reserve, trained as units, would be able to come in any situation and kind of help us to kind of get through that. So the main idea is not to be late to the war. Also, this kind of exercises and helps us to kind of maintain this community and give back. The other exercises that we are participating is also the Lock Shields exercise, which is the biggest live fire exercise in the world, hosted by Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence here in Tallinn, NATO. And there we bring not only the military together, but also a lot of our civilian partners come there to kind of mix our communities and also kind of see what are the latest trends in there. And while our people who stay with us in terms of retention get a really good training package. So basically not only the training that you get from your universities, but also specific trainings from like NATO organization, from bilateral, through bilateral agreements. So they end up as really good experts. So this is one of the benefits of working with us, because like I said, our prism to that is security, not profit. And this is why many of the people who have been with us, went to the private sector, came back. We actually kind of support this kind of rotation, tell us that what are the benefits working with us. Also, there's a huge possibility to kind of go and work internationally, whether it's in NATO, whether it's in EU, in kind of specialist, expert, and leadership positions that we have placed there today. So in a nutshell, this is kind of how we do cyber conscription. And I don't know how many of you have been to conscription here, because we have international, well, I have an international community, but definitely we don't talk about that much because we have a quite good kind of flow of people coming in with really good quality and who are kind of staying with us for a longer period as well. So we haven't felt like too much of need to advocate or kind of promote this. And this is one of the first occasions that we do that. But I would say that definitely if you have to advise any of the younger people or the youngsters what to do with their mandatory service, then cyber would be definitely an option for them if they are interested in this already. So, but my own experience is that if I go to the prior slide, so one of the guys who are kind of closer to you on the picture, so he was working for Estonian Information Systems Authority. Then he went to conscription to Cygnus Battalion. Then he was in the NATO Cyber Center COE, and now he's basically, I think, almost organizing this exercise, or at least organizing exercise to different governments. So really good example, and he's still with us. This picture is from this year. So people kind of develop their skill set in the private sector and give it back to us. Now, if you don't have to go to conscription and you still want to participate in this community, then we have another way of kind of reserves, which is the Defense League, and there is a Cyber Defense Unit. I will make it easier and say Cyber Defense League from now on, where we have top experts who are joined paramilitary organization, kind of National Guard equivalent, who are also part of our reserve structure. So who can kind of benefit from our training, but also they can give back. And usually they are people who we wouldn't be able to hire and who we wouldn't be able to maintain because we don't have challenges for them. They are solving challenges for Microsoft, for banks, for different companies, and doing ICS and SCADA miracles. But they are willing to kind of put in their free time to kind of support our endeavors. And it doesn't stop there. If you don't want to kind of support the military part, then also this organization produces reserves to Estonian Information Systems Authority or the National Cybersecurity Center as well. So this is kind of our way of contributing back also to the civilian sector, because civilian-military partnership is always kind of tricky to handle. So ideally, we would see that our reservists would end up in the Cyber Defense League, but even if they don't, we will still manage them, would end up there, and this would be the central hub where we can manage our new specialists and experts in the pool that Cyber Command with his allies has provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikael. I haven't been to conscription because it's not compulsory for females. But I have to tell you my personal story. I used to work at the Defense Ministry, but before this, I already knew that it's possible to do that also in cyber field. And I was so sad about this that I didn't have that chance back in the time when I graduated high school. And I think also, if you would just bring it out the numbers, how many females do you actually have doing conscription in cyber? And do you feel like it's becoming more popular, or how do we get more also, just kind of gender equality in that sense? Because, I mean, if I think about conscription, and if somebody would tell you that you need to be in a forest for the next 9 months and, just fight somewhere, I'd be like, no, that's not really for me. But if I would have a chance to actually do that in cyber today, it would be a big yes from my side. So maybe your perspective there, how do we get more also young females in that sector so that we are part of also the military sector a little more?
So I would like to actually get your advice on that, how we would get more. So we usually have like a couple a year who apply for that, but they usually end up on the infantry side because they like this military stuff, at least for some period more. So we definitely would like to see more people kind of applying for this. Yes, the first 2 months, which is kind of the basic training of a soldier, this is not too hard, and it gives you at least a lot of skills which you can use later on in your civilian life as well. So basically, I wouldn't be afraid of those 2 months, because after that, for 9 months, we will train you, train, exercise. So basically, making sure that those skills are up to date, and even our reservist skills are constantly up to date, because cyber training should be like pilot training in my head. So pilot learns all the basics, which is university, right? Their bachelor degree, master's degree. But pilot has to take test flights. Like, they have to keep up their skills, and this is something that we do through the exercises, and it's really vital, because there is no room for complacency in this domain, because everything is going so fast.
All right. We received already one question also from the audience, and once again, if you have a question, you can just raise your hand, and I will ask the microphone to be also taken for you. So there is a question. In your military exercise, do you also exercise with policing authorities?
Yes, in that sense, when we are in an exercise where we have civilian sector kind of involved, then we basically give it directly to Estonian Information Systems Authority or our contacts in the police forces. So yes, we do that, but we don't deal it with ourselves. So the idea for us is, like I said, avoid any duplication. So it means that if we see that something is kind of in other jurisdiction, we kind of hand it over, because obviously when the crisis evolves, our troops are already focused on kind of how to expand our own capabilities to make sure that we are not late for the war and we are kind of capable of supporting our troops on the ground.
There is a question asking, but I'm pretty sure you can give a good answer for that. Where is the base where you can specialize in cybersecurity located?
In Estonia.
Not sure if you can give the exact address for this, but...
In Estonia and in Tallinn, to be more precise.
Okay. There was actually a question before, I think it was for Lauri, but I'm actually trying to just kind of change that question a little. What do you think about role of AI in cybersecurity? When I used to work at the Defense Ministry, we were investigating this a lot, and when it comes to especially countries like Singapore or Israel, they're currently spending a lot of money to really, again, raise their capabilities in order to use AI in cybersecurity. Do you think that also, one point, because also I could bring it out like US and China, but do you think that this is going to help us with the talent issue as well, when there is a lot of AI used that is automate a lot of processes that today the human beings have to deal with?
So it's a double-edged sword. Of course, machine learning. I haven't seen much of AI in this area yet, but of course the machine learning will enable us to do kind of automate a lot of the stuff. But again, this is, like I explained, layers. This is another added layer. We still have to kind of be able to do it manually. And today I would say that we are looking for the private sector's kind of experience before we can actually kind of start trusting the system. This would not kind of it would not so much enhance our defense capabilities, like cyber defense capabilities, but would enable us to be more kind of agile with our services that we provide, because defense networks are really kind of strongly protected, so when it also comes with some limitation to the services. So in that sense, we are eagerly expecting, but in terms of detection, then definitely this is something where we want to kind of go. But yes, automation is the big thing, which the first presenter also mentioned here, that definitely if we are missing, you said 4 million, he said 5 million, so a lot of million people. So then this is the key kind of element here.
Absolutely, and I think it's just Europe also as a continent really needs to keep on investing in that sense as well, so that we wouldn't miss the train when it comes to our competitors also in other states as well. Or just compare that today.
You can't be complacent in this area.
Exactly. Any questions from the audience? Any hands? We do see one hand here. Could we give a microphone for that gentleman there?
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Adrian Venables. I am the program manager for the cybersecurity program at Caltech. So an advertisement, if anybody here wishes to do a cybersecurity masters, please come and see me. First of all, a comment. It was great to have you mention the Cyber Defence League. I had 34 years in the UK military, and when I moved here, you very kindly recruited me as an official supporter of the Cyber Defence League, so I've swapped one ID card for another. My sort of question and an observation. Firstly, with regards to recruitment, all the tests you mentioned, do they look for people with aptitude or skills? Because there may be somebody who could be perfect, but hasn't quite got the skills yet. And do you identify that and then take them without the skills and give them the skills, or with the skills?
Yeah, so basically there's a balance. So we take some of the people who already have good skills and kind of giving, we don't consider this giving back to the community. We are considering this loaning or borrowing from the community. Then there are people who don't have so good skills, but they have great attitude and basically capability of operating. And this is why we determine we take the last decision with an interview, because we are actually looking team fit. We consider them they are, well, we call them conscripts like officially, but we consider them from the beginning as our colleagues. So basically we are recruiting them in our teams to make sure that they will fit in the team, and basically they would feel comfortable there as well. Because during the crisis, there is no kind of time anymore to start building relationships and kind of friendships. So this is kind of how we approach that. So one and the other.
Whatever. Thank you. And my second point is really sort of an observation. One of my previous or last jobs in the UK military was to set up the UK cyber defence reserves in the UK. And we recruited civilians with cyber skills, put them into uniform and trained them through, and thought this is great. And then, as you said, we thought this is fantastic. We now have this military cyber reserves when it all goes wrong. Mm-hmm. But of course, they all worked in the same industry in the civilian sector. And so the danger was that when everything goes hideously wrong, the military call upon these people who are also fully employed in their day jobs doing the same thing. And so there's this danger that we think we're better than we are, but actually we regard the same person as having two full-time roles.
Okay, this is a really good question. I will kind of go around answering that. So this is definitely an approach for a big nation, well, as you would imagine. US does the same thing. So we have this kind of combined approach. So basically the people we are recruiting for the conscription, for example, so them we kind of mostly put into the teams. So basically we develop their kind of personal skills and kind of they're part of teams. Now Cyber Defense League that you mentioned, I was one of the founders back in 2009. So they are providing us units in that sense. So basically because we don't have so much control over those reserves directly, because during the peacetime they have this kind of control. And thirdly, we are basically making sure that none of our reservists are in a position where they are kind of legally bound to stay in their job during the wartime. We kind of see to that. And lastly, not least, is we don't think that we have to bring our troops all together when war happens. We have to make sure that we are able to contact them. Maybe somebody in Finland, Australia, in Germany is more useful to me in some cases than they would be in Tallinn, Estonia, whoever asked that, at the same time. So you have to be kind of flexible, and we have seen kind of, we're trying, testing both sides, the military kind of hierarchy and structure, and also this kind of flexible DevOps, which is kind of common in our structure. But at the end of the day, most important thing is that you're able to kind of be in touch with these people.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael, for your overview here. We're actually moving for the last keynote before we're going to go for the lunch break, if you're already hungry. So we're jumping now to Denmark, and we have with us here today Per Christensen, and he is the director for the security tech space in Denmark, and he's going to tell us what's happening there and why we would need to have the Nordic-Baltic Educators think tank as well. So the stage is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to come here today. And just to let you know, I'm not a cybersecurity guy. That's not my top skill. My top skill is to work with stakeholder management, and I'm going to tell you something about what we have created in Aarhus, Denmark, and also about our new common initiative, the Nordic-Baltic think tank. First of all, the security tech space. That's a company just founded in Aarhus with the purpose of making a center of excellence focus on research, innovation, and industry development. We are not doing it for the forces and for the army of Denmark. Our focus is the SMEs and to make it more business-oriented. Of course, we have looked a bit into Israel, which have done it quite good towards making new companies and also making cybersecurity to a business. And that's the purpose for us. We have put it into the IT city of Katrinebjerg, which is a part of the city of Aarhus, which I don't know, do any of you know Aarhus? Yeah, second largest city of Denmark, European Capital of Culture 2017. but also known for its university, and I will come back to the university later on. We are working on 2 tracks. Track 1 is a research and development track, and then we have this business track where we are going to put the SMEs particularly in focus. Yeah, and why the cyber and information security, and why is Aarhus taking a responsible for Denmark towards this? We all know the increase of threat levels, but we also need the enhancing of cybersecurity, especially in the SMEs. We saw some numbers from you towards the companies. I guess it was from US, but I can tell you it's exactly the same in Denmark. One of the problems towards the SMEs is that they are not telling anybody about the problem. Last Friday, no, 2 weeks ago, the largest e-state company in Denmark was hacked. Ransomware. 14 days after, they told the people of Denmark knew it. I can tell you, I was one of them who have a flat who was for sale. And one day, 2 weeks ago, I couldn't find my house on the web page, and it was because they were hacked. 14 days later, they told me that they have all my data, including my bank accounts and my personal identity number. 14 days. And that's how it is in Denmark. I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but I heard someday that there was a country telling me 212 days. 212 days before they tell their customers that they were hacked. We need to do something about that, and that's one of the things that we're going to work on. But there's also a major business potential in this strong IT and tech industry. I won't go into show you some of the companies later who is behind this, and then you also understand that because we are talking about billions and not millions in this type of business. If you can do if you can say if you really are professional and you have special skills towards this. And then the last part we did in Aarhus was that we had Deloitte to make a big analyze. Is it a good idea for Aarhus to try to take responsibility for Denmark and also for EU towards trying to make an epicenter of cybersecurity? And the analysis showed, you have one of the best universities in the world towards cryptographic. You have a lot of companies, so the whole ecosystem around this was there. So what happened was that our local DTS Institute, Alexander Institute, the university, our incubation, which is the startup environment of Aarhus, and the city of Aarhus decided, okay, we're going to start this company now. So they put in a lot of money for the first year, 1 million euro to start it up and try to start to develop different angles towards this. Behind these 4 founders, there was a lot of companies said, okay, we would like to be a part of it. So we created a consortium behind, and just to, I guess you know some of the names there, Cisco, Microsoft, which is US-based companies, but also startups as this number 2 Chainalysis. I don't know about you know it. They have just had the valuation of the New York Stock Exchange. It's a 10-year-old company spin out of the Aarhus University with a $8 billion valuation. They can track cryptocurrency. So next time there is a Dane or somebody around the world who has been hacked and they are going to pay in crypto, then they can track it. And they can track it from where they had done the transfer, and they can track it to the house number. Who are their customers? FBI, CIA, Central Intelligence all over the world are their customers. Then you can earn money. So that's what you can do when you have super skills. And that's also a part of this. how do we get more people with super skills? Not only skills, but also super skills. I can also tell you, if you look down at in the last row where we have Vestas. Do you all know Vestas, the largest windmill producer in the world? They are also a part of this. Why are they there? Because Vestas' headquarters is in Aarhus. They have 100 people sitting in their cybersecurity department. All over the world, they have 900. They need people with cyber skills. That's why they're also a part of this. So that was the members and how we had created the cyber security tech space. And what we try to reach is that we're going to have this research area where we are going to focus on not on everything towards cybersecurity, but we have decided 8 main topics. And that's the topics where if you're doing your scientific work into defense, then also you can do the same scientific work, how to help the SMEs. And that's why we have done it. So, and you know, you can have perhaps 50 or 60 different scientific areas where you can work on, but not all of them can help the SMEs. We are only focusing on the ones which can help the SMEs. So we have 8 different areas. On that, we have towards then we can look down to the skills, the cyber skills. Where we are working with, where we have 2 areas right now we're working on. The one is towards talent development activities, the ones we're doing in the Nordic-Baltic think tank, which I'm going to speak about around later on. And then just also how we can support the national team, how we can, the guys not coming into the cyber national team, you know, in Denmark, I guess we have approximately 1,000 youngsters who is applying to get on the national team. Only 15 of them is elected. What about the 985 others? Are they just going out to be school teachers? No, we need to have them to focus also in the future, even though they are not the best. Then we can. Then they are still competent, and they still have skills that we need them to choose the right way towards the future. And towards the SMEs, we are working with 3 different parts. We are going to create a security test lab where the SMEs and the startup and the scale-ups can come in and test their products in a live environment. We would like to build up and cert. Where for the SMEs, you know, at 24/7. But and when I'm speaking about the SMEs here, it can perhaps be the carpenter, it can be small companies, but they can also be hacked. But if they're hacked, they are game over. So we need a place where they can call 24 hours, 7, 365 days around the world, where they get support. We can get support, but also can. We can have technicians going out to help them. If we're not doing that, then we have a lot of problems. And we can see that they are not protected at all. The small SMEs, they don't have any protections. So we need also to get them protected. What we're working right now is to have the Danish government to understand that they also need to protect the companies. It's not enough that they invest a lot into the military and the cyber defense there. They also have an obligation to be sure that also the private companies are going to be safe and secure over the futures, while that's where the taxpayers are. So that's a part of it. And then the last part is the entrepreneurship lab. That was the 8 areas, and just to let you know, as an example, if you look into cryptographic, then of course you can focus on that towards the SMEs, but you can also do it towards the defense. It's the same technology. It's the scientific guys at the university tell me that approximately 80% of their work is exactly the same, so they only have to change 20%. To make sure that we also can have excellent scientific work towards the SMEs in the future. And just letting you know about the University of Aarhus, If you look into the CSR rankings, there are approximately number 13 in the world, 15 in Europe. If you look into the areas towards cryptographic, and then Aarhus University is second best in the world. And that's why a lot of experts choose to travel to Aarhus. I guess the employees at this department, I guess 25% of them is Danes. The rest come from all over the world, Western world, I would say. It's quite difficult to get a job there if you come from China or Russia right now, because it's also they're also going to develop some products for the Danish government. And then the Nordic-Baltic think tank. First of all, we have the idea behind this is that in all the Nordic-Baltic countries, we are quite good at this area. But we need to find a way where we can make knowledge sharing, where we are not standing in, you can say, in silos beside each other, but where we are breaking down the silos. And that's the idea behind it. And that's also why Aarhus have taken the lead on this one with the big support from Estonia and from the Nordic. What do you say? It's because we have another Danish word. Nordic Council of Ministers. In Denmark we say Nordisk Ministerråd. So I know the Danish word. But there is we all know there is this in education and training, there is shortage of this. It's a common problem we have in all the Nordic countries. We can also see the legal mandates increasing. That could be the NIS2, as I mentioned here, but we have seen the list from the EU, which is towards 2028. There will be approximately 20 new areas just like NIS2, who is attacking us, or whatever we should call it. But in Denmark, there's a big attacker than NIS2, while a lot of the Danish companies is not prepared to be a part of the NIS2. And in Denmark, we're also discussing, should the municipalities be a part of NIS2, yes or no? For me, I mean, municipalities is critical infrastructure, so of course they should be. But the EU say perhaps. So, and you all know that NIS2 should work from 11 months from now. There is a high turnover rate in the cybersecurity sector. We need to bring it down. We had to have common ideas how to work with it. The landscape is evolving, and we also could see that it demands new type of skills. Now we heard about the Swedish model of what they're doing now. Perhaps they are creating something new that we could use all over the Nordic-Baltic countries. And so I think it's going to be quite good that we are establishing this think tank. And then the biggest problem, the lack of cybersecurity guys right now, and also for the future. We could see if you look at Aarhus, we have this department, as I show you, but we also have where the doctors are educated, and also where a lot of the people working for the government is educated there. And I tell you, it's not sexy enough to work with or study cybersecurity right now in Denmark. They are still choosing what they chose 10 years ago and what mom and dad told them 20 years ago. And that's one of the problems. So I hope we can help each other how to identify and discussing the most pressing challenges that we have in common here in the Nordic-Baltic region. That we together can find and identify common challenges as we can work on together. And also for the future, making common working task force across the Nordic-Baltic countries. I think we have experts in Aarhus, but also in Copenhagen, and I knew there's experts here in Tallinn and here in Tartu. Let's get together and try to make some of the solve some of the problems while working in these task force groups. And then, of course, just be collaborate about this. What we're going to do is we have planned for the next year in this program 7 activities right now. There's going to, I show you the web page later. There's going to be a digital platform to share knowledge and resources for all of us, where we can put in our best and new idea. We're going to do the online task force groups, which I mentioned before, online seminars. We're going to do a physical conference in June 24 in Aarhus, and at the next year's Cybercation here in Tartu, we are also going to do an event. And we're going to, afterwards, we have been working with it together. We're going to do a best practice publication, and of course the annual paper where we will summarize and the outcome and the recommendations for all of us and for all of you. The impact, I will just end with that. Yeah, we should have this collaborate network where we, across the Nordic and the Baltic countries, is gathering together all the practitioners so they can share the best practice and create a training, common training materials and development of this digital platform. We have done the web page, but our dream is that we have this digital common training platform across the Nordic-Baltic countries over time. And of course, strengthen the cyber defense and the competences towards this in the Nordic-Baltic countries. I'll just show you this one. While the idea started in Denmark among 3 partners, that was the city of Aarhus, us in Security Tech Space, and then Happy 42. Happy 42 is going to be the lead. Some of you have perhaps met Linda, which is the project manager of this Nordic-Baltic think tank, and she is going to be the one who is reaching out for you and which you can contact if you want to be a part of it. Linda has also been behind the Danish national team of cyber skills and have done a lot of the cyber skills project we have in Denmark today. She has been heading a lot of them. So she's going to take good care of this project together with all of us. And I hope you will enjoy join the project. First of all, you can go into this webpage, the Cyber Bridge Forum and .com, where you can read about the Nordic-Baltic Cyber Skills think tank. And also there you can reach out to Linda if you want to be a part of it. And some of you we will also reach out to, so you can so we can be sure that we are gathering the best competence all around the Nordic-Baltic countries. I guess that was it.
Thank you, Pierre, as well. Speaking of the challenges, or if I could put it that way, what do you actually see as the biggest challenge for a think tank to be successful in that terms?
Will we be ready to share knowledge?
Yeah.
I guess that will be the biggest challenge. How do we have the trust to each other to be together and say, okay, we have perhaps some strengths here, but also we have some weakness, and to go into a room and talk about this. But also that I told you about the Aarhus University; they are good. We also know there's a lot of good universities, so it's not going to be a university competition. It's going to be a place where all the universities and also the private scientists around this and the governments have a trustful environment where they can come in and do the knowledge sharing about what they can. Of course, there is some areas where you not can do the knowledge sharing, but to have the trust to each other, I will really hope that it's going to be also the big impact afterwards of this.
I was a little surprised when you said that going to study cyber or work in cyber is not a very sexy thing in Denmark. I would have guessed the other way around. Why do you think this is that way? Because I feel like here, at least, it's becoming more that if you say that you work in cyber, that's actually pretty cool. Even as a female working in cyber, and it's more that everybody understands that it's like it's a part of our life, that like you just kind of deal with this anyway every day. What do you think? It's still like Is it behind some kind of mindset? Do we need to do more for, I don't know, campaigns or what could be the very best also, the way to attract people to continue their either studies, or we can talk about the key years here.
We miss women.
We miss women.
Yeah, because if you come and look into this area in Denmark, and if you're going to study cybersecurity, then a lot of the students are guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the challenges. The next is that is quite nerdy. It is quite nerdy, and it's still and mom and dad don't understand what cybersecurity is. And in Denmark, it's still mom and dad who is going to tell the kids which education are they going to have. And that's a big problem, while it is so important that they choose this. And then we had also heard that there is some of the guys coming into the university saying, oh, they will not take this direction, while it has something to do with war.
Mm-hmm.
So they would like to develop the next something towards perhaps the medical industry or something. So that's also a problem that if we don't have Denmark has. We don't have had that. We haven't. Our borders is quite secure, while we have a lot of others around us to protect us. Mm-hmm. And so it's not that necessary in Denmark to have that mindset, and it has not been that necessary to have the mindset.
Because I feel like maybe one of the solutions here could be actually having role models there. I mean, if even just kind of look around in the social media, and when you see more also females posting about, you especially brought it out, about cyber and what's happening there, and again, that you don't have to be nerd to be working in that sector. Yeah. Do you think this would also be one of the, kind of solutions in that sense?
Yeah, but I think it's important that in the C-level positions, we have more women coming in to take the responsibility of that kind of companies, while we can see it as soon as there is a female who is leading a technical company in Denmark. There is a lot of females there too, and there is a lot of youngsters coming there too. So there is also something to do that we need to change the story as it has been.
True. I'm going to take one of the questions, and yes, we do have one here, and then I will. Yeah, okay. We have already have a lot of hands, so you can you can start.
Okay, I put a question in, decided to.
Okay.
So you mentioned the sea level. So in RISE in Sweden, we are currently cooperating with education for board members. So, I mean, we have the young people, it was fine, but it's the people with the money that is screwing up. Yeah. And how do we educate the people? Do you have anything going on in Denmark to educate people on boards about cybersecurity?
One of the problems right now is that in Denmark we have towards the NIS 2, all the boards has to be aware of that, and it's going to be a C-level and a board matter for the future. The problem is right now that there is that the Danish government can't tell the boards what they should be aware of. Of course, we have the 10 indicators that they should work with in the companies, but they can't give them any specific details. So there is no education. Of course, there's a lot of companies saying, come in and learn about the 10, but that's not enough, while they need to be specific towards each industry. And we can't do that right now in Denmark. While it's each country who has to define how they will work with the NIS 2. So it's going to be the Danish government who is going to do their own law towards the NIS 2. And they will, I guess it will be in April next year. They will be ready 6 months before. So that's quite a problem in Denmark. We have that in Sweden. Okay.
We had one last question before we wrap it up and go for a lunch here. So can we get the microphone for Mikkel in front of us? Well, yeah, it's coming, that's fine.
It will be provocative. I will try to kind of... So we discuss kind of cybercation, cyber education. On the other hand, I would ask if we create these initiatives like Sweden proposed and you propose right now. So do we have a kind of analysis behind that what we need to do with an average person who actually is part of this cyber ecosystem, who's clicking the button. So basically they're kind of participating in the traffic, but obviously we expect in a way that they don't know the traffic rules. So we more or less train more traffic controllers and policemen and kind of operators for that. And also kind of shouldn't we send a clear message to the ICT community, because cyber at the end, in many cases, is a band-aid or kind of after effect to kind of basically fix the flaws in the bad IT. So I'm a bit worried that we are solving this problem, which is basically symptomatic treatment in my mind. So what's your thoughts on that?
But I do agree with you, and I think one of the ICT areas and the areas we have around the Nordic-Baltic companies have an obligation to do something about this. I think it's also important. I like what you're doing here towards the youngsters and the military. I think that's a way to do it, and I think it's a good way also if we could have, in Denmark we have discussed the same, we have a few, really few, I guess it's 30 or 40 recruiters who can have that part of the army, but we would like to, perhaps that could also be the way into while we would like more women to join the forces, but that could perhaps be the way for the women into the forces, and then we can have them over to the industry afterwards.
All right, then I will just wrap it up here. A very big thank you to you, Pierre, for coming all the way from Denmark.
Welcome.
And I got some great news for you, hungry people. So we're going to go for lunch now, and we will return back here in 1 hour. So at 1 p.m., we're going to continue with our discussions here. So go and enjoy some food. And of course, don't forget to network as well. So thank you.
Oled sa kunagi mõelnud, miks enamik lennukeid on valget värvi? Lennumasinate valgeks värvimise põhjuseid on mitmeid. Peamiseks neist ei ole disaineri eelis või soov sobituda kuskile pilvede vahele. Lennumasinad värvitakse valgeks seetõttu, et valge värv peegeldab päikesevalgust. Samal ajal tume neelab suurem osa valgusest. Päikesevalguse neeldumise tulemusena võib näiteks musta või tumesinise lennuki kere liigselt kuumeneda. Võib tekkida materjalide paisumist ning see võib omakorda tekitada lennuki kerele struktuurilisi kahjustusi. No lisaks on valge värv ka odavam, ta tuhmub palju vähem ning on ka kergem. Jah, just, sa kuulsid õigesti. Lennuki värvist sõltub ka tema kaal. Nimelt valget värvi kasutades hoiame me kokku 8 inimese kaalu. Õhusõiduki hoolduse koha pealt on näiteks heledamalt värvilt palju lihtsam vigastusi märgata. Nüüd sa siis tead, miks on enamus lennukid just nimelt valged. Kui sul on veel küsimusi või tahaksid lennukitega ise tutvust lähemalt teha, siis ootan just sind Lennuakadeemiasse õppima.
Juba ammustest aegadest on seiklejad rännanud ühest linnast teise, ratsutades enesekindlalt läbi metsiku looduse. Või tegelikult mööda metsikut Pärnu maanteed. Ajad on nüüd teised, aga rännumeeste soovid on jäänud samaks. Üks hea kõhutäis, mis annaks energiat nii endale kui sõbrale. Energiapeatus Täkupoiss ootab teid Sauga ristmikul Tallinn-Pärnu maanteel. Kohtume Täkupoissis.
Viimase 10 aasta jooksul oleme täheldanud, et tänu kirele, teadmistele ja õigetele otsustele saame pakkuda sulle parimat valikut, teenindust ja heaolu. Lähenedes individuaalselt ja kliendikeskselt suudavad meie professionaalsed teenindajad anda nõu erinevates tehnoloogiaga seotud aspektides ja valida just see õige. Meie arvutitargas usume, et inimesed oskavad kvaliteeti hinnata ja me teame, mis on hea. Külasta arvutitarka. arvutitark.ee
Cybercation Technologies offers advanced cybersecurity training and testing solutions to enhance your organization's cyber resilience. Trusted by hundreds of organizations in over 50 countries, our platform provides realistic and impactful training experiences. Step into our cyber range for intense live-fire exercises, where your cyber and IT teams undergo real-life cyber operations in a safe virtual environment. Experience authentic tools and attack methods used by adversaries, while your defensive teams respond with real defensive strategies and techniques. This immersive experience mirrors real-world situations, allowing you to gain first-hand experience in operating under extreme stress and preparing for the challenges of the digital battlefield. Immerse your team in threat hunting to sharpen their detection and reporting skills as they proactively hunt down threats and identify vulnerabilities. Engage in capture the flag tasks to foster a competitive and educational environment. Through live fire exercises, threat hunting, and CTF challenges, your team can identify and mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance prevention measures, and develop successful response strategies without risking your organization's assets. Our platform provides real-time visualization and comprehensive analysis of exercise data, offering complete visibility into ongoing activities, targeted systems, and your team's performance. It's a powerful tool for technical responders and senior management, providing valuable insights at every step. In addition to exercises, our cyber range conducts active skills testing to map individual and organizational proficiency levels, uncovering gaps. We tailor training programs to address these gaps, offering role-based self-learning modules to bridge skill deficiencies. Furthermore, our cyber range serves as a versatile platform to test and evaluate various cybersecurity technologies, including digital twins or AI-enabled offense and defense solutions. No matter the scale or complexity, we are fully dedicated to meeting your cybersecurity training and testing needs. Choose from our extensive list of offerings or opt for a fully customized project. Cybexa is your trusted go-to partner.
See on?
Põhimõtteliselt kohuke, aga taimne.
Taimne. Tere.
Ära karda, ütle julgelt tere Eesti taimsele toidule.
Täna võtame sihtmärgiks Eesti inimesed. Tiina, 61 aktiivne internetikasutaja. Ideid on? Palun.
Lähen endale suhtlusportaalis. Taustada niikuinii ei uuri.
Ma helistan talle, pakun 50% kasumit nädalaga.
Kiri pangast, ta niikuinii ei kontrolli.
Suurepärane. Me proovime kõike.
Kontrollides kaitsed end. Ole ettevaatlik.
Selleks, et olla tugev küberturvalisuses, tuleb kasutada tugevaid paroole. Parooli tugevuse määravad erinevad raskused, nagu ka lihastrenni puhul, sest me ei taha ju kurjategijate elu lihtsaks teha. Parool peaks olema piisavalt pikk. Hea parool on vähemalt 12 tähemärki pikk. Lisaraskusteks peaks see sisaldama nii suur kui väike tähti ja numbreid ning eriti hea on, kui parool sisaldab ka mõnda erilisemat tähemärki, nagu näiteks @ või hüüumärk või kaldkriips. Hea mõte on kasutada mõnda lauset ning anda sellele lisaraskust. Näiteks, trenn teeb tugevaks. Ainult, et tee kõikide sõnade esimesed tähed suureks ja asenda tühik mõne märgiga. Näiteks nii. Eriti tugevaks muutub parool, kui lisad ka mõne numbri. Näiteks. Ja sinu parool ongi tugevam.
Right now we are living in a world full of challenges. Nature, the climate, the biodiversity. Very quickly we have to come up with solutions in order to make a better world.
Eesmärk on kutsuda ühiskonnas esile seda muutust.
Põhja- ja Baltimaad on seadnud endale eesmärgiks saada maailma kõige integreeritumaks piirkonnaks.
But to reach those goals we need a lot of cooperation and that's the reason for us being here.
The role of initiating new things is very much in our DNA.
Minu lootus on, et inimestel on võimalik kohtuda, koostööd teha.
The more countries we are that are speaking with one voice, the better.
Nimeta tegevus, mida Eesti inimesed teevad Facebookis. Ja rahvas ütleb, klikivad imelikke linke. Aga miks?
Kui IT-vaatlik oled sina, testi enda teadmisi itvaatlik.ee.
Tere tulemast siis meie intervjuule, Ott Lepland.
Tere! Tegelikult on minu nimi Enn, olen Elmo asutaja ja tegevjuht. Elmo on täna kaugelt juhitava autotehnoloogia arendaja ja meil on jätkuvalt ka oma elektriautode jagamisäri. Me oleme alati otsinud, mis on siis Elmos see konkurentsieelis. 3 aastat tagasi jõudsime arusaamani, et autode ette toomine ja selle jaoks kaugelt juhitava tehnoloogia arendamine ongi siis meie uus väljakutse ja sellega me oleme siis jõudsalt nüüd maailma vallutamas. Kaugjuhitavat autot on peamiselt vaja autojagamisettevõttele, et ta saaks oma kliendi jaoks autod kuskilt kaugemalt kliendi ukse ette toimetada. Ma pakun, et mugavamat teenust on raske ette kujutada ja olgem ausad, see on päris seksikas ka, kui ilma juhita auto jõuab sinu ukse ette. Juhil on kokku võttes 6 erineva kaamera video ekraanidele toodud. Igale autole me paneme nii-öelda boksi, kus sees on väike arvuti, seal on ruuterid sideühenduse saamiseks, seal on meie enda arendatud kontroller, mis siis kõiki neid erinevaid seadmeid omavahel tööle paneb ja kus peal siis ka meie soft jookseb. Elmo tehnoloogia eeldab 4G internetiühendust, mis on täna piisav ja kindlasti hädavajalik, et tehnoloogiat kiirelt igale poole maailma erinevas otsades pakkuda, sest 4G sisuliselt on igal pool. 5G avab täiendavad uksed, kindlasti ta muudab kiirust suuremaks, ta muudab pildi kvaliteeti paremaks. Kaugjuhitavad autod on tänaval lubatud, otse loomulikult kokku lepitud reeglite järgi. Eesti on selles mõttes väga eesrindlik riik. Tänane autojuhtimine kui töökoht muutub atraktiivsemaks. ja on juba muutunud ka atraktiivsemaks, mida me Elmo näitel näeme igapäevas. Üks väga tore asi on ka see, et liikumispuudega inimene saab tulla autot juhtima ja seda kaugjuhtimine võimaldab. Me oleme oma tehnoloogia arendamisel sellega arvestanud, kogu see alumine osa sõidab ära, et vajadusel siia ka ratastooliga inimene ligi pääseb ja siis ka autot kaugelt juhib. Elmo kliendid saavad tellida alates eelmise aasta sügisest rendiauto endal ühe klikiga ukse ette ja me teeme seda täna kaugelt juhitavate autodega. On uhke olla maailmas esimene, kes seda teeb.
Oled sa kunagi mõelnud, miks enamik lennukeid on valget värvi? Lennumasinate valgeks värvimise põhjuseid on mitmeid. Peamiseks neist ei ole disaineri eelis või soov sobituda kuskile pilvede vahele. Lennumasinad värvitakse valgeks seetõttu, et valge värv peegeldab päikesevalgust. Samal ajal tume neelab suurem osa valgusest. Päikesevalguse neeldumise tulemusena võib näiteks musta või tumesinise lennuki kere liigselt kuumeneda. Võib tekkida materjalide paisumist ning see võib omakorda tekitada lennuki kerele struktuurilisi kahjustusi. No lisaks on valge värv ka odavam, ta tuhmub palju vähem ning on ka kergem. Jah, just, sa kuulsid õigesti. Lennuki värvist sõltub ka tema kaal. Nimelt valget värvi kasutades hoiame me kokku 8 inimese kaalu. Õhusõiduki hoolduse koha pealt on näiteks heledamalt värvilt palju lihtsam vigastusi märgata. Nüüd sa siis tead, miks on enamus lennukid just nimelt valged. Kui sul on veel küsimusi või tahaksid lennukitega ise tutvust lähemalt teha, siis ootan just sind Lennuakadeemiasse õppima.
Juba ammustest aegadest on seiklejad rännanud ühest linnast teise, ratsutades enesekindlalt läbi metsiku looduse. Või tegelikult mööda metsikut Pärnu maanteed. Ajad on nüüd teised, aga rännumeeste soovid on jäänud samaks. Üks hea kõhutäis, mis annaks energiat nii endale kui sõbrale. Energiapeatus Täkupoiss ootab teid Sauga ristmikul Tallinn-Pärnu maanteel. Kohtume Täkupoissis.
Viimase 10 aasta jooksul oleme täheldanud, et tänu kirele, teadmistele ja õigetele otsustele saame pakkuda sulle parimat valikut, teenindust ja heaolu. Lähenedes individuaalselt ja kliendikeskselt suudavad meie professionaalsed teenindajad anda nõu erinevates tehnoloogiaga seotud aspektides ja valida just see õige. Meie Arvutitargas usume, et inimesed oskavad kvaliteeti hinnata ja me teame, mis on hea. Külasta Arvutitarka. arvutitark.ee
Cyber Technologies offers advanced cybersecurity training and testing solutions to enhance your organization's cyber resilience. Trusted by hundreds of organizations in over 50 countries, our platform provides realistic and impactful training experiences. Step into our cyber range for intense live-fire exercises, where your cyber and IT teams undergo real-life cyber operations in a safe virtual environment. Experience authentic tools and attack methods used by adversaries, while your defensive teams respond with real defensive strategies and techniques. This immersive experience mirrors real-world situations, allowing you to gain first-hand experience in operating under extreme stress and preparing for the challenges of the digital battlefield. Immerse your team in threat hunting to sharpen their detection and reporting skills as they proactively hunt down threats and identify vulnerabilities. Engage in capture the flag tasks to foster a competitive and educational environment. Through live-fire exercises, threat hunting, and CTF challenges, your team can identify and mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance prevention measures, and develop successful response strategies without risking your organization's assets. Our platform provides real-time visualization and comprehensive analysis of exercise data, offering complete visibility into ongoing activities, targeted systems, and your team's performance. It's a powerful tool for technical responders and senior management, providing valuable insights at every step. In addition to exercises, our cyber range conducts active skills testing to map individual and organizational proficiency levels, uncovering gaps. We tailor training programs to address these gaps, offering role-based self-learning modules to bridge skill deficiencies. Furthermore, our cyber range serves as a versatile platform to test and evaluate various cybersecurity technologies, including digital twins or AI-enabled offense and defense solutions. No matter the scale or complexity, we are fully dedicated to meeting your cybersecurity training and testing needs. Choose from our extensive list of offerings or opt for a fully customized project. Cyber is your trusted go-to partner.
Mis see on?
Põhimõtteliselt kohuke, aga taimne.
Taimne. Tere.
Ära karda, ütle julgelt tere Eesti taimsele toidule.
Täna võtame sihtmärgiks Eesti inimesed. Tiina, 61 aktiivne internetikasutaja. Ideid on? Palun.
Lähen endale suhtlusportaalis. Taustada niikuinii ei uuri.
Ma helistan talle, pakun 50% kasumit nädalaga.
Kiri pangast, ta niikuinii ei kontrolli.
Suurepärane. Me proovime kõike.
Kontrollides kaitsed end. Ole IT-vaatlik.
Selleks, et olla tugev küberturvalisuses, tuleb kasutada tugevaid paroole. Parooli tugevuse määravad erinevad raskused, nagu ka lihastrenni puhul. Sest me ei taha ju kurjategijate elu lihtsaks teha. Parool peaks olema piisavalt pikk. Hea parool on vähemalt 12 tähemärki pikk. Lisaraskusteks peaks see sisaldama nii suur kui väike tähti ja numbreid ning eriti hea on, kui parool sisaldab ka mõnda erilisemat tähemärki, nagu näiteks @ või hüüumärk või kaldkriips. Hea mõte on kasutada mõnda lauset ning anda sellele lisaraskust. Näiteks trenn teeb tugevaks. Ainult, et tee kõikide sõnade esimesed tähed suureks ja asenda tühik mõne märgiga. Näiteks nii. Eriti tugevaks muutub parool, kui lisad ka mõne numbri. Näiteks. Ja sinu parool ongi tugevam.
Right now we are living in a world full of challenges. Nature, the climate, biodiversity. Very quickly we have to come up with solutions in order to make a better world.
Eesmärk on kutsuda ühiskonnas esile seda muutust.
Põhja- ja Baltimaad on seadnud endale eesmärgiks saada maailma kõige integreeritumaks piirkonnaks.
But to reach those goals, we need a lot of cooperation, and that's the reason for us being here.
The role of initiating new things is very much in our DNA.
Minu lootus on, et inimestel on võimalik kohtuda, koostööd teha.
The more countries we are that are speaking with one voice, the better.
Nimeta tegevus, mida Eesti inimesed teevad Facebookis. Ja rahvas ütleb, klikivad imelikke linke. Aga miks?
Kui IT-vaatlik oled sina, testi enda teadmisi itvaatlik.ee.
Tere tulemast siis meie intervjuule, Ott Lepland.
Tere! Ja tegelikult on minu nimi Enn, olen Elmo asutaja ja tegevjuht. Elmo on täna kaugelt juhitava autotehnoloogia arendaja ja meil on jätkuvalt ka oma elektriautode jagamisäri. Me oleme alati otsinud, mis on siis Elmos see konkurentsieelis. 3 aastat tagasi jõudsime arusaamani, et autode ette toomine ja selle jaoks kaugelt juhitava tehnoloogia arendamine ongi siis meie uus väljakutse ja sellega me oleme siis jõudsalt nüüd maailma vallutamas. Kaugjuhitavat autot on peamiselt vaja autojagamisettevõttele, et ta saaks oma kliendi jaoks autod kuskilt kaugemalt kliendi ukse ette toimetada. Ma pakun, et mugavamat teenust on raske ette kujutada ja olgem ausad, see on päris seksikas ka, kui ilma juhita auto jõuab sinu ukse ette. Juhil on kokku võttes 6 erineva kaamera video ekraanidele toodud. Igal autole me paneme nii-öelda boksi, kus sees on väike arvuti, seal on ruuterid sideühenduse saamiseks, seal on meie enda arendatud kontroller, mis siis kõiki neid erinevaid seadmeid omavahel tööle paneb ja kus peal siis ka meie soft jookseb. Elmo tehnoloogia eeldab 4G internetiühendust, mis on täna piisav ja kindlasti hädavajalik, et tehnoloogiat kiirelt igale poole maailma erinevas otsades pakkuda, sest 4G sisuliselt on igal pool. 5G avab täiendavad uksed, kindlasti ta muudab kiirust suuremaks, ta muudab pildi kvaliteeti paremaks. Kaugjuhitavad autod on tänaval lubatud, otse loomulikult kokku lepitud reeglite järgi. Eesti on selles mõttes väga eesrindlik riik. Tänane autojuhtimine kui töökoht muutub atraktiivsemaks ja on juba muutunud ka atraktiivsemaks, mida me Elmo näitel näeme igapäevas. Üks väga tore asi on ka see, et liikumispuudega inimene saab tulla autot juhtima ja seda kaugjuhtimine võimaldab. Me oleme oma tehnoloogia arendamisel sellega arvestanud, kogu see alumine osa sõidab ära, et vajadusel siia ka ratastooliga inimene ligi pääseb ja siis ka autot kaugelt juhib. Elmo kliendid saavad tellida alates eelmise aasta sügisest rendiauto endal 1 klikiga ukse ette ja me teeme seda täna kaugelt juhitavate autodega. On uhke olla maailmas esimene, kes seda teeb.
Oled sa kunagi mõelnud, miks enamik lennukeid on valget värvi? Lennumasinate valgeks värvimise põhjuseid on mitmeid. Peamiseks neist ei ole disaineri eelis või soov sobituda kuskile pilvede vahele. Lennumasinad värvitakse valgeks seetõttu, et valge värv peegeldab päikesevalgust. Samal ajal tume neelab suurem osa valgusest. Päikesevalguse neeldumise tulemusena võib näiteks musta või tumesinise lennuki kere liigselt kuumeneda. Võib tekkida materjalide paisumist ning see võib omakorda tekitada lennuki kerele struktuurilisi kahjustusi. No lisaks on valge värv ka odavam, ta tuhmub palju vähem ning on ka kergem. Jah, just, sa kuulsid õigesti. Lennuki värvist sõltub ka tema kaal. Nimelt valget värvi kasutades hoiame me kokku 8 inimese kaalu. Õhusõiduki hoolduse koha pealt on näiteks heledamalt värvilt palju lihtsam vigastusi märgata. Nüüd sa siis tead, miks on enamus lennukeid just nimelt valged. Kui sul on veel küsimusi või tahaksid lennukitega ise tutvust lähemalt teha, siis ootan just sind Lennuakadeemiasse õppima.
Juba ammustest aegadest on seiklejad rännanud ühest linnast teise, ratsutades enesekindlalt läbi metsiku looduse. Või tegelikult mööda metsikut Pärnu maanteed. Ajad on nüüd teised, aga rännumeeste soovid on jäänud samaks. Üks hea kõhutäis, mis annaks energiat nii endale kui sõbrale. Energiapeatus Täkupoiss ootab teid Sauga ristmikul Tallinn-Pärnu maanteel. Kohtume Täkupoisis.
Viimase 10 aasta jooksul oleme täheldanud, et tänu kirele, teadmistele ja õigetele otsustele saame pakkuda sulle parimat valikut, teenindust ja heaolu. Lähenedes individuaalselt ja kliendikeskselt suudavad meie professionaalsed teenindajad anda nõu erinevates tehnoloogiaga seotud aspektides ja valida just see õige. Meie arvutitargas usume, et inimesed oskavad kvaliteeti hinnata ja me teame, mis on hea. Külasta arvutitarka. arvutitark.ee
Cyber Technologies offers advanced cybersecurity training and testing solutions to enhance your organization's cyber resilience. Trusted by hundreds of organizations in over 50 countries, our platform provides realistic and impactful training experiences. Step into our cyber range for intense live fire exercises, where your cyber and IT teams undergo real-life cyber operations in a safe virtual environment. Experience authentic tools and attack methods used by adversaries, while your defensive teams respond with real defensive strategies and techniques. This immersive experience mirrors real-world situations, allowing you to gain first-hand experience in operating under extreme stress and preparing for the challenges of the digital battlefield. Immerse your team in threat hunting to sharpen their detection and reporting skills as they proactively hunt down threats and identify vulnerabilities. Engage in capture the flag tasks to foster a competitive and educational environment. Through live fire exercises, threat hunting, and CTF challenges, your team can identify and mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance prevention measures, and develop successful response strategies without risking your organization's assets. Our platform provides real-time visualization and comprehensive analysis of exercise data, offering complete visibility into ongoing activities, targeted systems, and your team's performance. It's a powerful tool for technical responders and senior management, providing valuable insights at every step. In addition to exercises, our cyber range conducts active skills testing to map individual and organizational proficiency levels, uncovering gaps. We tailor training programs to address these gaps, offering role-based self-learning modules to bridge skill deficiencies. Furthermore, our cyber range serves as a versatile platform to test and evaluate various cybersecurity technologies, including digital twins or AI-enabled offense and defense solutions. No matter the scale or complexity, we are fully dedicated to meeting your cybersecurity training and testing needs. Choose from our extensive list of offerings or opt for a fully customized project. Cyber is your trusted go-to partner.
Mis see on?
Põhimõtteliselt kohuke, aga taimne.
Taimne. Tere.
Ära karda, ütle julgelt tere Eesti taimsele toidule.
Täna võtame sihtmärgiks Eesti inimesed. Tiina, 61 aktiivne internetikasutaja. Ideid on? Palun.
Lähen endale suhtlusportaalis. Taustada niikuinii ei juuri.
Ma helistan talle, pakun 50% kasumit nädalaga.
Kiri pangast, ta niikuinii ei kontrolli.
Suurepärane. Me proovime kõike.
Kontrollides kaitsed end. Ole IT-vaatlik.
Selleks, et olla tugev küberturvalisuses, tuleb kasutada tugevaid paroole. Parooli tugevuse määravad erinevad raskused, nagu ka lihastrenni puhul. Sest me ei taha ju kurjategijate elu lihtsaks teha. Parool peaks olema piisavalt pikk. Hea parool on vähemalt 12 tähemärki pikk. Lisaraskusteks peaks see sisaldama nii suur kui väike tähti ja numbreid ning eriti hea on, kui parool sisaldab ka mõnda erilisemat tähemärki, nagu näiteks @ või hüüumärk või kaldkriips. Hea mõte on kasutada mõnda lauset ning anda sellele lisaraskust. Näiteks, trenn teeb tugevaks. Ainult, et tee kõikide sõnade esimesed tähed suureks ja asenda tühik mõne märgiga. Näiteks nii. Eriti tugevaks muutub parool, kui lisad ka mõne numbri. Näiteks. Ja sinu parool ongi tugevam.
Right now we are living in a world full of challenges. Nature, the climate, the biodiversity, and very quickly we have to come up with solutions in order to make a better world.
Eesmärk on kutsuda ühiskonnas esile seda muutust.
Põhja- ja Baltimaad on seadnud endale eesmärgiks saada maailma kõige integreeritumaks piirkonnaks.
But to reach those goals we need a lot of cooperation. And that's the reason for us being here.
The role of initiating new things is very much in our DNA.
Minu lootus on, et inimestel on võimalik kohtuda, koostööd teha.
The more countries we are that are speaking with one voice, the better.
Nimeta tegevus, mida Eesti inimesed teevad Facebookis. Ja rahvas ütleb, klikivad imelikke linke. Aga miks?
Kui IT-vaatlik oled sina, testi enda teadmisi itvaatlik.ee.
Tere tulemast siis meie intervjuule, Ott Lepland.
Tere! Ja tegelikult on minu nimi Enn, olen Elmo asutaja ja tegevjuht. Elmo on täna kaugelt juhitava autotehnoloogia arendaja ja meil on jätkuvalt ka oma elektriautode jagamisäri. Me oleme alati otsinud, mis on siis Elmos see konkurentsieelis. 3 aastat tagasi jõudsime arusaamani, et autode ette toomine ja selle jaoks kaugelt juhitava tehnoloogia arendamine ongi siis meie uus väljakutse ja sellega me oleme siis jõudsalt nüüd maailma vallutamas. Kaugjuhitavat autot on peamiselt vaja autojagamise ettevõttele, et ta saaks oma kliendi jaoks autod kuskilt kaugemalt kliendi ukse ette toimetada. Ma pakun, et mugavamat teenust on raske ette kujutada ja olgem ausad, see on päris seksikas ka, kui ilma juhita auto jõuab sinu ukse ette. Juhil on kokku võttes 6 erineva kaamera video ekraanidele toodud. Igale autole me paneme nii-öelda boksi, kus sees on väike arvuti, seal on ruuterid sideühenduse saamiseks, seal on meie enda arendatud kontroller, mis siis kõiki neid erinevaid seadmeid omavahel tööle paneb ja kus peal siis ka meie soft jookseb. Elmo tehnoloogia eeldab 4G internetiühendust, mis on täna piisav ja kindlasti hädavajalik, et tehnoloogiat kiirelt igale poole maailma erinevas otsades pakkuda, sest 4G sisuliselt on igal pool. 5G avab täiendavad uksed, kindlasti ta muudab kiirust suuremaks, ta muudab pildi kvaliteeti paremaks. Kaugjuhitavad autod on tänaval lubatud, otse loomulikult kokku lepitud reeglite järgi. Eesti on selles mõttes väga eesrindlik riik. Tänane autojuhtimine, kui töökoht muutub atraktiivsemaks ja on juba muutunud ka atraktiivsemaks, mida me Elmo näitel näeme igapäevaselt. Üks väga tore asi on ka see, et liikumispuudega inimene saab tulla autot juhtima ja seda kaugjuhtimine võimaldab. Me oleme oma tehnoloogia arendamisel sellega arvestanud, kogu see alumine osa sõidab ära, et vajadusel siia ka ratastooliga inimene ligi pääseb ja siis ka autot kaugelt juhib. Elmo kliendid saavad tellida alates eelmise aasta sügisest rendiauto endal ühe klikiga ukse ette ja me teeme seda täna kaugelt juhitavate autodega. On uhke olla maailmas esimene, kes seda teeb.
Oled sa kunagi mõelnud, miks enamik lennukeid on valget värvi? Lennumasinate valgeks värvimise põhjuseid on mitmeid. Peamiseks neist ei ole disaineri eelis või soov sobituda kuskile pilvede vahele. Lennumasinad värvitakse valgeks seetõttu, et valge värv peegeldab päikesevalgust. Samal ajal tume neelab suurem osa valgusest. Päikesevalguse neeldumise tulemusena võib näiteks musta või tumesinise lennuki kere liigselt kuumeneda. Võib tekkida materjalide paisumist ning see võib omakorda tekitada lennuki kerele struktuurilisi kahjustusi. No lisaks on valge värv ka odavam, ta tuhmub palju vähem ning on ka kergem. Jah, just, sa kuulsid õigesti. Lennuki värvist sõltub ka tema kaal. Nimelt valget värvi kasutades hoiame me kokku 8 inimese kaalu. Õhusõiduki hoolduse koha pealt on näiteks heledamalt värvilt palju lihtsam vigastusi märgata. Nüüd sa siis tead, miks on enamus lennukeid just nimelt valged. Kui sul on veel küsimusi või tahaksid lennukitega ise tutvust lähemalt teha, siis ootan just sind Lennuakadeemiasse õppima.
Juba ammustest aegadest on seiklejad rännanud ühest linnast teise, ratsutades enesekindlalt läbi metsiku looduse. Või tegelikult mööda metsikut Pärnu maanteed. Ajad on nüüd teised, aga rännumeeste soovid on jäänud samaks. Üks hea kõhutäis, mis annaks energiat nii endale kui sõbrale. Energiapeatus Täkupoiss ootab teid Sauga ristmikul Tallinn-Pärnu maanteel. Kohtume Täkupoissis.
Viimase 10 aasta jooksul oleme täheldanud, et tänu kirele, teadmistele ja õigetele otsustele saame pakkuda sulle parimat valikut, teenindust ja heaolu. Lähenedes individuaalselt ja kliendikeskselt suudavad meie professionaalsed teenindajad anda nõu erinevates tehnoloogiaga seotud aspektides ja valida just see õige. Meie arvutitargas usume, et inimesed oskavad kvaliteeti hinnata ja me teame, mis on hea. Külasta arvutitarka. arvutitark.ee
Cyber Technologies offers advanced cybersecurity training and testing solutions to enhance your organization's cyber resilience. Trusted by hundreds of organizations in over 50 countries, our platform provides realistic and impactful training experiences. Step into our cyber range for intense live fire exercises, where your cyber and IT teams undergo real-life cyber operations in a safe virtual environment. Experience authentic tools and attack methods used by adversaries, while your defensive teams respond with real defensive strategies and techniques. This immersive experience mirrors real-world situations, allowing you to gain first-hand experience in operating under extreme stress and preparing for the challenges of the digital battlefield. Immerse your team in threat hunting to sharpen their detection and reporting skills, as they proactively hunt down threats and identify vulnerabilities. Engage in capture the flag tasks to foster a competitive and educational environment. Through live fire exercises, threat hunting, and CTF challenges, your team can identify and mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance prevention measures, and develop successful response strategies without risking your organization's assets. Our platform provides real-time visualization
Hello and welcome back everybody for the lunch. I hope you have the energy levels up, that you managed to also grab yourself some coffee. So we are actually starting with the second half of our day here. And like we talked about already briefly about like getting more females into cyber. And actually our first keynote speaker is going to cover especially that sector. Besides this, also our next panel discussion, surprisingly, will be actually including only female speakers today. So that's also something very exciting. But of course, we do have some additional also keynotes at the end of the day as well. But without the further ado, I'm actually happy to ask our next keynote speaker here on the stage, who is Iris Tuvi. She works at the University of Tartu, and she's going to cover a topic, Cyber Tigers, factors that motivate women to be engaged in cybersecurity. So have fun.
Hello. As said, I am Iris Tuvi from the University of Tartu, from the Institute of Psychology. And my talk, which is titled Cyber Tigers, Factors that Motivate Women to be Engaged in Cybersecurity, is based on a research project, Cyber Tigers, Girls' Motivation and Achievement in Cybersecurity Studies. And this research project is funded by Esinejatelt SA. So I was really glad to hear that the speakers who spoke before lunch actually all briefly touched this topic, so I don't have to justify my research so much. But first, I would like to introduce you two typical young women, the respondents in my study. So young woman A, she's 18 years old, is studying in a high school which is rated as one of the top 10 high schools in Estonia, according to final exam results. The high school is natural science biased, and this girl is really interested in natural sciences. She's really good at math, she's really good at chemistry. She has won several chemistry competitions, national and regional. She has many skills and talents, and she's looking forward to going to university, but she's undecided where to go. Young woman B is also 18 years old, also from similar kind of high school, which also has an IT program in a high school. She has also many talents. She's good at natural sciences, but her special skill is business. She has won several students' competitions in business. She has her own successful company, which is producing short marketing videos. And she's also exploring what are the other things she's good at. Although she's already pre-accepted as a business student at the university. So these are the type of girls who enrolled to CTF Cyber Academy 2022. And I call them Cyber Tigers. Briefly, I also tell that this CTF Tech Cyber Academy was organized by Science School of University of Tartu and by CTF Tech. So why I call those women Cyber Tigers? It strongly associates to me with the Tiger Leap program, which was initiated 1996 by Estonian President Lennart Meri, in order to bring internet to school, to enable teachers and students acquire digital skills and raise the awareness and develop the area in Estonia. I think, and many other people in Estonia think that this program might need a phase 2. And I believe that these cyber tigers may have a great potential in contributing into this phase 2. It has been mentioned here several times that this kind of new leap is needed because highly skilled workforce is needed in cybersecurity area. The workforce gap estimate has already been named here. What are the numbers? I present here the estimation which has calculated for Europe, Middle East and Africa. So the number is pretty large, which is missing from the industry. Another reason why this tiger leap might be needed is that the cybersecurity sector is currently heavily dominated by men, which means there is more room for women. And also, there are other benefits that occur with gender balance, or should we say organizational diversity in cybersecurity teams. And these facts that I bring out here are taken from this report that you can see on the slide. The bringing more women to the cybersecurity sector increases organizational diversity, which brings some positive effects, which I have mentioned here. For example, it positively increases employees' experience, especially among young workers, which means that they are more satisfied with their work culture, with general work-related issues. Organizational diversity also contributes to security teams' success. These teams are more successful, which has, for example, better gender balance. And it also reduces effectively shortage in workforce. These companies who have paid attention to organizational diversity complain about, like 19% of those companies complain about shortage in workforce, as compared to 34% of companies who do not pay attention to organizational diversity. So my study is not unique in the sense that it has been studied already before, which are the factors that motivate and keep women in IT programs, for example. And I have named those factors here. They are taken from a recent review. And these factors include like special study programs for women, engaging girls already at high schools, campaigns for women, female examples, female lecturers, creating community feeling and support, industry networking opportunities, and recruitment quotas for genders, in case there is a program which is for both genders. My study specifically covers, the sample is taken from CTF Cyber Academy for Girls 2022, because the organizers of this Cyber Academy knowingly took into account all these factors that could motivate girls to come to this program and also stay in this program. In addition to those factors that I showed on the previous slide, also they offered the girls to participate in boot camps with boys and also participate in this Cyber Battle of Estonia 2002. And the recruitment went pretty well. 90 girls registered, but actually less than 20 girls graduated. So there are grounds for this, that we should study those motivational factors deeper. What's happening here? And that's why I conducted this research. The research has many research questions, but I'm only going to talk about 2 of them here. What factors in this Cyber Academy were perceived as motivating for girls, and what factors were demotivating? And for that, we constructed an online questionnaire, and we conducted interviews with the girls. And the interviews are especially important to make the voices of girls to be heard, to take into account their opinions, and they also might give us ideas how to go on from here. The questionnaire was formed from, it included statements, and I bring a couple of examples here. Each statement started, I was motivated, and then continued, because the Cyber Academy was only for girls. Or I was motivated by the female guest lecturers from the IT field, and so on. And the girls had to respond using the scale from 1 to 5, 1 meaning do not know, and 5, I strongly agree. The study is still ongoing, so these are preliminary results, and only 22 respondents have given their data. But the data can be divided into 2 age groups, because the participants were not only the girls from high school, which was a bigger group in the Cyber Academy, but there were also older participants, young women from universities, for example, who are a bit older. This was a smaller group. Here are the results. For example, I want to show in age groups how many dropouts there were and how many actually tried to do the Cyber Academy final exam. So the blue bar is dropouts, and the red bar is the ones who attempted to do the final exam. So you can see that in a younger age group, there were it was a bigger group, but the divide between dropouts and the ones who really did try to do the exam is bigger. Who actually graduated? This is also the results are shown here, divided into 2 age groups, and you can see that in the younger age group, the number of graduates is even smaller than the ones who tried to do the exam. But the old age group is looking pretty much the same. So I don't know how well, no, maybe you can still read the figure, but I wanted to put all the items of the questionnaire on this figure so that you would get an overview of what's the situation here. So each item is representing 1 motivational factor. And the top items represent those which are statistically significant. The girls, really the bigger number of girls responded that this factor motivated them. And you can read this figure in this way that the blue bar shows collapsed responses from I quite agree to agree. So it forms, blue bar forms I agree. The orange bar, I believe, the orange bar, there the answers were collapsed, which was quite disagree and I disagree. And the red bar shows not sure, or I don't know. So I found that the factors that were really paid attention to by the organizers and that I showed you previously on the slide, the factors that were really motivating girls in other countries are actually motivating girls in Cyber Academy as well. But there were also some original factors for Estonian young women. For example, they were more motivated when they were interested in cybersecurity already before Cyber Academy. And it was very important for them who is organizing the Cyber Academy. For Estonian girls, it's important that university is involved. So, because one of the organizers was Science School of University of Tartu. But they also valued the cooperation between private company and the university. Also, it was important for them that Cyber Academy was organized only for girls. And here I have to bring in some background from the interviews. It was important for them during the enrolling because it gave them the feeling that the level of girls is the same as their level. So they kind of felt motivated by it, that probably there are not some really super excellent guys who take all the attention and who dictate the pace. So they know that this type of guys are not going to be there. The girls will be roughly the similar. So that was a motivating factor for them. And the female guest lecturers, of course, were important for them. And the opportunity to study at their own pace. They mentioned the tasks were interesting and they were not too challenging for them. And they liked that the intervals between the study sessions were long. And they liked that the Cyber Academy included 2 age groups, not only high school, but also the old young women. And the rest of the factors were not so motivating for them. And the fast pace of studies was also not motivating. So, so if the factors were motivating for them that were used in order to draw them to the cybersecurity, why it's still so many dropouts? And we asked them. And here is the frequency of responses what they gave. It appears that actually high school is not a very good time to do this kind of program because in high school they are actually already overloaded with work. And they had also the impression from the Cyber Academy, in the beginning of Cyber Academy, that the Cyber Academy may also need a lot of work. So quite many of them said that they quit it early because they were overloaded with work and their studies. And the long intervals between study sessions actually took the focus elsewhere, because as you remember, they are brilliant girls with many talents, so it is easy to jump on one thing to another. And those who just said that I quit early gave some other reasons which are below this I quit early statement. So the reasons were it was not fun, poor health, not interesting, not enough time. Even they disliked online lectures. So they also gave quite good advice. So this is the voice that they want to be heard, that what can be done differently. And quite like several of them said that everything was great, nothing needs to be improved. Probably those are the 3 ones that graduated. But there are also some good points here. For example, it could be that academic credits are given for this program so that they can include it into their high school program, and in that sense they can balance the workload. And they wish they could allocate more time to this program, and that the program would be divided into smaller parts so that they could do it in smaller bits and also plan the time better. And there are some other ideas that you can grasp from here. So, before I finish, I want to also conclude that what I did not bring out yet is that this program did not offer much networking opportunity. And the girls who finished this program, they told me that they didn't get to know even the other girls in the program. So one of the reasons, one of the motivating factor for women, it turns out, is a human factor. They want some communication opportunities. They want some projects to work on as a team. They want some more communication with the lecturers, and this human touch is really that was missing from this program, and maybe it could be improved in the next phase of this program. So I thank you, and you can read about this project on our webpage, and you can contact us. I have also 2 students I supervise, so looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Iris. I actually wanted to ask for you, what was actually the most surprising thing that you discovered during your research?
I think the surprising was that how excellent all those participants were. Mm-hmm. Like I described only 2, but all of them are really brilliant minds. That was really like a wow moment for me.
All right. Is there anybody, I can take one question, yes, there is one question here. Can we get a microphone there?
Thank you. Me again. The statistics that you showed of the age groups and the dropping out, are there comparable statistics to boys doing the same thing? So are girls dropping out more than boys, or is it just a case of that's across both sexes? Because obviously this is an issue that I'm involved with my program, in that we get less than 10% of ladies joining. And yes, I would like more, but it's a case of, is it that cybersecurity just doesn't appeal to them? Is it a problem with cybersecurity, or is it a problem with stereotyping? And is it just a case of this is just how it is? Because looking at the other ones of your slides, I was looking at them thinking, well, what can I change with that? And I'm thinking, well, I can't really change any of those if it's just not interested. You know, if they're not interested, or I quit early, or it wasn't interesting, or I didn't like online lectures. Well, that's not gender specific, is it?
Right. I haven't, since I didn't have much time, so I didn't include that. And actually, I haven't really done yet the gender comparisons. So I cannot answer right now from the top of my head that what would be the comparative percentages with the boys. But I can say about losing interest part of the question. Well, the interesting thing is that when they entered the program, they were very interested, but they lost the interest during the program, and it was not because it was too hard for them, but it's probably they, as you also saw from their suggestions, that the program could be tweaked in a way that they wouldn't lose their interest so quickly. For example, more practical tasks. For example, teamwork, and some other things. So they actually said that yes, I quitted it, and at the time it felt that I can do something better with my time, but they did not lose the interest entirely. So some of them said that actually I should go back and look more into it now when I have more time. So I wouldn't say that they're just not interested, because these are the type of girls who are potentially the most interested, because they are like really strong in logical reasoning. They like that kind of stuff. I think if they are not interested, then there are no women who could be interested at all. So yeah, I didn't get the impression that that they're just not interested, and the dot. But the program can be tweaked in a way that they would stay in it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Sirius, for your overview of your research. We're going to continue now with our panel discussion. And as I promised you, we only have ladies here joining me on the stage. So I'm going to sit down here, and then I'm going to ask all the speakers to join me as well. So first of all, Bodil Ellen Grodem, she's a teacher of basic cyber and information security from Norway. So you can join me here on the stage. Then we have Kristet Lisette Margaret Lajuste, and she's a student at the Tartu Gymnasium from Estonia. You can also just come and have a sit here, and girls, you can sit down already here. Pillerin Sillakivi, and she's also a student at the Tartu Gymnasium. Then we have Katlin Kirna. She's the cybersecurity consultant at the GGI Estonia, and also a teacher. So we're going to get to that a little later as well. So you can also have a sit here. And last but not least, Ruta Pirta Treiman. She is the senior research at the Riga Technical University from Latvia. So go have a sit here, and then we can start our discussion. So the reason we actually have these young ladies with us here on the stage was that we were discussing that, okay, these kind of conferences are great. I mean, grown-ups discussing about like what kind of future should we kind of build for the next generation. But why don't we actually come here and ask these people or these young minds by ourselves? What do you need? And actually my question for both of you is actually, how can we make cybersecurity more attractive for the students? And do you have any kind of examples that you already have seen in your schools or in your life that really have worked? And what actually made you to be more, if I may say so, like attracted to cybersecurity, that you feel like you actually have an interest in that sector?
I do think that starting earlier would help a lot, because I only started coming or interacting with cyber security in gymnasium or high school, and a lot of people already have developed their main interests by then, and don't really want to try that many new things. And I think the different competitions, like the one going on downstairs, are a great way to expand the horizon of young minds.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything to add as well?
I think teachers really help towards making women more interested. If a teacher knows what he's talking about, like my teacher, then it creates interest and it makes you want to learn and it makes you want to study it, and that kind of snowballs into working in the field.
But if we talk about especially gamification, like we actually have the main topic right over here, what aspects of gamification actually have you find the most appealing? Or especially if you think about different kind of, there are games and things that you can do more interactive. Do you have any examples, like things that you have used and this really have helped? Because obviously when you think about, or when you just say to your friends about like a word like cybersecurity, usually it's in a lot of people's head, it's just like science fiction somewhere. But it is actually very easy, and there is a lot of companies, and we're gonna get to these examples also from the GGI as well, the application that they have. Do you have any experience that you have used some kind of applications, games on your phones that really have made it more easier for you, for like the younger people to understand about that?
I don't think I can recall any. Basically, the only thing is the competition, Cyberbullying. I really loved that. It was out of the blue. I had no time to prepare, and we just could like dig up information. For example, you got the PNG file, and you had to search the information from that. And yeah.
What about you?
I really like problems, and I like problem solving. And so when some of the questions were more from the viewpoint of someone trying to help like a family in need, then you can kind of turn that around and think, what would you need in that situation? And like how the person helping you could actually help you. And so putting yourself in that, victim's shoes is really helpful for me to realize how I actually need to do it. And so the questions were built up to kind of support that mentality as well.
But if you would bring it out, and I just kind of try to match it in a way, what is actually missing from your classroom today if it comes to the cyber topics as well? Do you feel that these kind of topics are being discussed enough, or how do you feel? Like, is there anything like missing in your classroom when it comes to, especially cybersecurity?
I do think we should like add a course or two in the curriculum, because right now we only had one course, and that course was just multimedia, and that was all kinds of different things, and one of the small portions was cybersecurity, and I think we could expand on that.
But let's turn to you, actually, Ruta, as well. If you could just bring it out, then I think also, Katlin, like we discussed before as well, that you're also, teaching in different, different levels of education. What really is working in a classroom? What gets the attention from the students when it comes to, again, how do we teach them cybersecurity? Ruta, Katlin, who wants to start?
You can start. Or, you wrote that. Sorry, you can start.
Can I start? Okay, my name is Bodil Ellen, and I am from Norway, and I am a teacher and very interested in cybersecurity. And I have run a national project called Cyber Smart for people in high school. But I think it's what you saying. It's not going to be something beside. It must be included in the curriculum, and we have done this from 2018, and I was funded from the national government to go to America, to Tulsa University there, because what can we learn from Americans? They have done this for 20 years. To awareness of cybersecurity, and in Norway we were blank, and we are teachers, we are not the technologies, so that's why we have to start on a very low level. And also we invited professors in Norway from many different universities to come together, and they had the same aim to educate the young people and teachers in cybersecurity. But the first thing we reckoned that it was too much theory, and we lost it on the way. So we said, if the teachers not running up to feel confidence, we will not teach anyone. So that's why we have to start with the teachers and teach the teachers. And we asked the US Embassy in Norway to fund some of the professors, 2 women in the university in Tulsa, to come to Norway and teach the teachers, because then we will bring it to more students. So we've done that a lot. We have done a lot of camps, we have done a lot of experience, and we have evaluated, and we have come to the same conclusion as the young here say, to make it more practical, more interesting, have competitions. So we have done that, just to...
But going to Latvia, any kind of examples from your side as well, or especially when we think about the research, like the role of research in academia when it comes to gamification in cybersecurity, like in the educational field as well. Do you have any examples that you could bring it out that really has worked well?
Yes, I can bring some really recent example. It's part of the project. It's funded by Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway grants. So we are actually working together, Estonians from Taltech. Leader is Vilnius University. Then we have also Military University from Vilnius, and we have NTNU and also Alfund University College from the Norway. And also we have University of Liechtenstein, so actually we are a big consortium who are working and really looking on how to actually build this education of kind of future to make it firstly interesting to students, secondly also that it's aligned with the workforce requirements, and the third that it's not only about technical skills but good mix of soft skills, technical skills, and also behavior aspects. That's why we have also psychologists in our team to actually understand what are those behavioral aspects, what are important for cybersecurity specialists. And one of the recent examples was escape room. So it was a hybrid escape room. It was called Cyber Escape. And on those we had teams in the rooms, and they needed to find 3 different incidents concerning organizational incident, logical incident, and also physical incident. And during that game, basically what we did, we incorporated also this communication and collaboration skills, because in incident management it's not enough only kind of find the incident. It's also really important to communicate in an efficient way. So we did this first experiment, and actually the biggest improvement was on engagement. The students felt really engaged on the topic. And currently we are kind of evolving the game, and so our aim is to do it like once per quarter, just to more engage young specialists to start their career.
Kathleen, actually talking to you now, and you're wearing 2 different hats, if I may say so that you're working in one of the companies that have developed an application or a gamification app. And at the same time as well, you are a teacher. So you're also helping the kids to learn about cybersecurity and a lot of other things as well. Kind of your examples, or what is the biggest challenge when you have developed these applications, that it's just like, if it comes to, okay, I will put it in a way that there are people that are actually developing these applications. Do we actually know exactly what works well? Or especially, do you consider the feedback from the students, from the users? Do you really also change the application itself as well?
Well, we do.
You do.
Of course. But I'm going to answer your previous question, this one together, because what I've noticed I do a lot of visits to schools, and I also, as you said, I teach at university level as well, and we do research this as well. My research interests align there as well. And when I talk to kids in school, I teach gymnasium or secondary school, high school level, whichever you call it. But my game is for younger kids. But there's one thing that is sort of running through all of it, and people like problem solving. They like exploration. And it can be an app. It could be something simple as well in class. Like one thing that I do is, okay, today everybody come up with a phishing campaign. So I put them in groups. They come up with phishing campaigns. All right, give me the phishing campaigns. All right, see you next week. And then next week I distribute them to other kids and say, fix it. So how are you gonna battle this phishing? But when it comes to games, you know the biggest problem is making a good game? Money. Because a lot of educational games and also cyber education games, there aren't that many cyber education games, but there are some. And I have seen many. So when it comes to cyber education games, they usually have 2 problems. One is that they are quite often project-based, which means that they get money from one of the grants here, or you know where the grants are, right? So they get the money from the grant, they build the game, and then that's the end of that, and then it dies. But the other problem is that if you want to do it exploration style, where the kids actually wander around, that is more expensive. It is cheaper to do it more text-based, or you could explore, like there is a game where you wander around, and it is a game in the sense that you walk around and you encounter a thing and it asks you a question and you solve that problem. But it's linear. And one feedback I once got, because I got my school kids to test different games for me, and one feedback I got was, I liked the other one more, my one. But I liked the other one more because I could decide for myself what I want to do. Like, I'm going to go talk to this person, and now I'm going to do that. But the thing is, the more sort of open world you make it, especially if you want visuals there, if you want accessibility aspects there, it is very expensive to do this. And yes, you're right that you need to also gather feedback. You need to change based on feedback. But again, there are costs involved. And my experience is this. I really like your game. Yeah, it's great. Would your company be interested in being with us on the game? Yes. Would you be willing to put up some money? Oh, no. So it's money that's usually probably the biggest problem, because I mean, competitions like downstairs. Look at the amount of sponsors. Look at this. These things are expensive, and that's why they're difficult to put together. But we do know what works.
But any examples from Latvia, from Norway as well? Like you mentioned about like that you've learned a lot about like from the US examples as well. Like, do you feel like your governments are actually prioritizing this? Again, like when it comes to the money, I feel okay, we do have the private sector. I mean, these people are going to be their next workforce, but I mean, at the same time as well, every single government should also allocate more and more money there. How do you feel about, like, let's start with you, like with the Norwegian example as well, do you feel it's a prioritized topic right now, or I mean, obviously it needs more attention, but like, but how would you reflect that side?
I was having the same as her. It's the money. It's stop with the money. We run now a same project, and we have two schools, vocational school from Estonia with us with this European project. But then we build and we make and we test, but then it stops. So how can we share it with the population? Because we can do a lot of projects and try to share knowledge in the cybersecurity. But if we don't reach only 3 schools here, 1 school there, Norway is a very big country, and we are in the south, I am the west, so it's difficult. So now I'm trying to get the government to give more money to share the knowledge. But even if this project started with the government, they asked me to run it. But it was in Washington, they had like this, they come together, I said, and some of the professors and tools, I said, we do this, we can help you, even though there is no money left. So we struggle with that.
All right, but the Latvian example, do you feel, regarding especially the government's kind of, again, how much do they actually focus on these topics? And when it comes to, I mean, research institutions, universities never have enough money anyway. So that's also, I mean, one very tricky part there. But how would you reflect?
I think that in Latvia the situation is quite similar that in neighbor countries. But the good thing here is that we have a lot of funding from Europe. So at least we have funding from like lifelong learning, when we can provide some programs from university. If you're looking on a government level, then I would say that currently focus is more on military. Like things to educate for military purpose, and like general education, cyber hygiene as such, I would say that maybe currently it's less prioritized.
Do we have any questions from the audience so far? As I said, it doesn't happen often that we have such young ladies with us here on the stage. We do have one question here. Could we get the microphone? Let's hear you.
So this is I'm trying to get empirical information. I'm using Dungeons and Dragons to introduce cybersecurity. Did you play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I never really got into that.
And
I played more of the alone games.
Okay. And the other?
No, I've heard of it, but I've never played it.
Because I'm finding I can get leverage there in the distribution of gender in Dungeons and Dragons games, so that rate is high. So we created a Dungeons and Dragons type game, and we got more genders that way. So it's better to cross-sell security than to specialize it.
Right.
But okay, if you don't play Dungeons and Dragons, but you know a lot of your friends that do, or?
I don't some people. I have never heard anyone who played it. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's popular in Norway.
Yeah, I know. I have heard it from the internet, but I don't have any friends who play it.
Okay, no problem.
Any other questions from the audience? Hands up? No? No hands so far? Okay, I'm trying to see if it's just the lights. But actually asking from both of you as well, what do you think, what's the right age to actually approach kids with cyber security topics? Should we go? I mean, some of the previous speakers in the first half of the day talked about also, like Mikkel's, like he is good, can take, robotic classes already from the kindergarten. What do you think? When should we approach you guys and be like, okay, here we have a nice game? Because like, I mean, most of the kids are born with these things in their hands. Should we, start as soon as possible, or like, I mean, if you even think by yourself, when did you actually get the first like interest that you felt like you would like to learn more about cybersecurity?
I think that we should start teaching kids from as early as year 1 already about the cyber hygiene. It's really important. Like, I was on the internet a lot as a kid, and I could have really compromised my data, but luckily I had a father who was really tech savvy. But I do know that many kids didn't have, and many kids in my classroom, they kind of got like, their fates weren't that good. Many data leaks and such.
Yeah, I think definitely you should start as early as the kids start using internet, which is really early, because all the security, I think, is really important for absolutely everyone to know about, just to keep themselves safe.
Mm-hmm. We talked about role models as well here, and actually the thing that I've been always thinking about as well is like kids are always on their social media, especially teenagers, following a lot of influencers on their social media platforms and everything. Should we, do you think it will work if we would actually include also more, famous singers, social media stars in order to really promote these things, that kids would actually be like, okay, she's very cool, and I'm following her on her social media platforms, and she's talking about these solutions that they have helped them. Do you think like approaching especially like these stars that really, kind of influence the younger people would work as well for you?
I think it's worth a try, definitely. But you have to get a lot of different people in, not just from like sports influencers or beauty influencers, but pretty much everyone you can find that would actually do it.
All right. Let's move on to the other side from the very end there as well. How do you envision like actually the future in gamification in cybersecurity, especially if we talk about like technological like achievements or involving different kind of threats that are arising as well? What's the future in that field is going to look like, or what's kind of the emerging trends that we might see in the future when it comes to gamification in cybersecurity?
I think it's very important what Stuart said to use gaming in the teaching methods, and I think you have to start with the teachers again. But also we do when we have a cyber week, we make all week from in the vocational school, and we stop the ordinary time and invite the police, and we invite the community to talk about the future, what do they need, and the young people. And we make also a competition. We call it not escape room, but a breakout box. So they have to solve a lot of things and use gaming. But we need more gaming. We need more materials. Because it's expensive. We have drones, we have mini spheroballs they program, but it is expensive to run this for a school.
Mm-hmm. But Kathleen, you again talked about your gamification solution and everything. What kind of partnerships do you have? Or again, you said about like, okay, a lot of people would say, yes, like we can, work with you and everything, but like that they're not like able to finance anything. But like, especially with the schools. When it comes to private sector companies launching such kind of solutions, how easy it is actually to go knock on the doors of a school, or should it work, which way should it work proactively, so that do really like companies would have to go there and be like, okay, we have a solution, maybe you want to buy it, maybe like, but for schools again we go back to the budget side, so it's pretty tricky, but should it be more again that we actually have the budget for schools to actually implement these solutions as well? Where
I would say there's lots of problems in this question. I think first of all, it depends on what kind of things you want in schools. There are quite a few schools who have, you mentioned drones, but who have robots, who do all kinds of these things. There are a couple of issues. One is that in order for a school to be that techie, you need two things. You need an enthusiast, some kind of teacher, or principal, or somebody. Somebody has to be an enthusiast, and you also need to be in a good position. I visit a lot of schools as part of promoting our game Spoofy. I had to say Spoofy, otherwise I'm going to get fired. So the game is Spoofy, go play it. But I visit a lot of schools, and some of them, have, oh yeah, we have tablets and everything. But also, I also visit schools as part of career days and so on. And my experience is that the gap between these techie schools who have tablets and robots and all kinds of things, and then there's the other end of the spectrum where the kids don't know anything about any IT topics. And when you go in, there is a bit of sort of country and city thing here, but it's not only that. And it could be there's a tiny country school and they have, all the stuff because they have an enthusiast teacher. But the problem I find is that it's not equal between schools. And your question was, who should initiate it? Right now, there are quite a few, like, for example, I visit schools. We work closely with Telia. You asked about partners. Telia also finances the event downstairs heavily. So they visit schools as well as from their company, and they initiate from their side. I know there are schools who want guests as well. And what we have now determined between different parties, between the schools and the enthusiasts who go to schools, is that what we need, at least in Estonia, is some central organization. Mm-hmm. So that if you are from a school and you think, maybe we should get someone to come in to talk about cyber or talk about IT stuff in general or anything related to this, then who do we call? Who do we contact? That there would be a place who would be able to direct people there. One problem as well is some people ask for money for their visits, which is understandable. But of course, if you work for private sector who has made it their mission, that company, then they go for free, which is also uneven on the market. So there are lots of sort of these organizational issues because there is interest from schools and there are people who are ready to go. But the biggest question is, how do we get them to meet? Mm-hmm. How do we get them? And especially, how do we get this knowledge to schools that are not in the capital, that are not in big towns, big cities? How do we get this knowledge to smaller places? And I have, because it goes with one of the earlier topics, I have one last thing. I had a visit from a school, because we also have school visits coming to CGI. And these were kids who were studying cyber. And we were talking about all kinds of things, and I asked them as well. And these were people who had chosen an elective, cyber. And I asked them, so how many of you are thinking of studying IT next year? They were all seniors. No hands.
No hands.
And I was shocked, and why? And I realized later, because they were actually visiting from a smaller town, that in many cases, we actually then walked around the office, and what they saw, like with all tech offices, it was an empty office because everyone's working from home. And that actually inspired them, because they always thought that, that this is something, a Tallinn thing or a Tartu thing, that you have to be from a big place. But I haven't seen most of my colleagues ever, other than on screen, that you can stay in your hometown and you can work for big IT companies as well. This is an option, and they need to know this.
And that's, again, it's just information that we need to spread much larger scale as well. We can still take one question from the audience if there is anybody who wants to ask something from either our expert teachers or the young students that we have with us here. Any hands? Nope. Yes, there is still one person who likes to ask, so can we get the microphone there?
So I'm asking more spoofy in the sense, one of the areas that I'm working on, again, is cross-selling. So I'm not direct selling cybersecurity, I want to embed it in the way we think. So I was trying to leverage games on sustainability. So there's a lot of games that teach students about sustainability in society. Do you have any games in Estonia that teach children how to deal with the sustainability issues, like there are games that teach them how to think sustainable?
Yes. I've come, I can't name anything from top of my head, but I have come across game, well, that sort of goes back to the original question, which was, what should we do about gamification? Or one of the problems I have with gamification is that a lot of people call things gamification when it's just not. And unfortunately, a lot of these educational games and a lot of environmental or sustainability-related games as well are boring. And the fact that you have a choice on screen doesn't make it a game. It's just a choice. And I have come across a lot of these. But there are also, I can't recall any right now, but I have seen games as well which are aimed at younger kids or kids in general that talk about recycling or something like this. But they're usually quite small. And I think what we need to sort of decide as well is what we want from a gamified topic, or what we want from the game. Do we want it to be just like a quick clicky, or do we want, as you said, Dungeons and Dragons, excitement, something to do? That's sort of with our spoofy game as well. You become a cyber hero. The selling of it is like it's not just you solving cyber problems. You're a hero. You're saving the world. And that's sort of the selling point. And I think that I haven't, at least I don't recall seeing a sustainability or environmental game like this. If anybody knows, they can obviously correct me. But that's the thing that I would really like to see more of these. But knowing how much spoofy costs, I understand why we don't have them.
But you don't run it as an open source project.
That's sort of the thing, that there are different ways of approaching these things. Yes. And when it comes to open source, somebody still needs to be in charge of it, and somebody needs to take responsibility for it. And especially with educational games, I'll give you an example. With educational games, you have to be conscious about certain things. Like, for example, in our game, we are very focused on making sure that there's diversity in the game, that there is, that you don't go against other sort of norms. I'll give you a very real example. So we just developed our fifth world, the new world, and we had a situation there. We were thinking, okay, what do we call the joke name that the hackers gave to the store? And in English, it was hedgehog, watermelon, and sons. So hedgehog, watermelon is the internet phenomenon. But we thought, what are we going to do it in Estonian? So in Russian, we put it Yožik bez nožik, which is a hedgehog without a nose. But in Estonian, we thought, okay, there's this old cartoon, Hedgehog in the Fog. We'll put that. But then we didn't, for two reasons. One, it's an old Soviet cartoon, which politically right now is not the best time. And two, kids today, they don't really know it except for, and I asked my teenager, like, hey, do you know what Ludus is? And he went, huh, yeah. And you know why? Because if you go to YouTube and you put in Ludus, the hedgehog in fog, you get a version, that's the top search version, where it's that cartoon with new voiceover. It's not, how should I put it? Naughty voiceover? You can guess. Use your imagination. And that's the #1 search. So we can't put that in our game for kids. But that's that's sort of, I'm a bit wary of certain open source things unless there is somebody in charge to make sure that these things don't happen. But otherwise, yes, open source is one way to do it.
We're actually running out of time now, but I would very much love to wrap it up with actually giving the floor, like very shortly, to two of you here, and to just tell us in a way, if I was your classmates and I wouldn't be interested in cybersecurity at all, why should I investigate or like get more interested in that sense as well? If you could just say 1-2 sentences, why cyber is sexy? Why should I look into it?
It's important and it can be really fun. That's my take.
All right.
Yeah, I also think it's really fun, and everyone should definitely know about it.
All right. And at the end of the day, it's your data that you're, protecting and everything. All right. I would like to ask you to join me for a round of applause for these ladies on the stage. And now we're actually going to continue with one of the demos from the CTF, who is also one of the co-organizers of this event. So I'm asking on a stage here, Mario Mäots, who is the digital content developer and trainer at the CTF Technology, and he will do us a live demonstration of a CTF portal showcasing its features and capabilities.
Thank you, Annette. Maybe you can put the slides back. Thank you. Yeah. I just 20 minutes ago checked my LinkedIn account that it seems that I've been working for CTF Tech now 6 months. Before that, I was teacher training guy at University of Tartu. So basically, this is my 6 months is full-time cybersecurity career. So I'm really sorry if I mix up some terms. So, but I'm trying to do my best. But anyway, I'm trying to do a demo. I will show you one environment that basically solves some issues that our previous presenters have pointed out. And this is a showcase that we started here in Estonia. It's strongly related with a thing that is happening, the event that is happening on this big hall, this cyber battle. So, yeah. Okay. Let's continue. I have to use this remote. Yeah, it's a really cool remote. Yep. Now, first thing what I learned a lot because I didn't have a holiday because I left somewhere in May from University of Tartu. So basically I didn't have any chance to ask a holiday from CTF Tech. So I started my work in June. But what Mario did, Mario was start learning. And first thing what I learned was Linux. And Linux, all who knows Linux knows this command line that who am I? You raise your hands who knows this command. Okay, Alo, you should know. Okay, I don't see actually any hands. Okay, I see Alo's is always blinking. Yeah, but he's the IT guy. He knows everything about Linux. So, but today I invented my own command line. Who we are. So Linux command line, who we are. And I borrowed this sentence from ZF webpage. We are an Estonian cybersecurity company whose mission is to introduce students to a field of cybersecurity. And actually, this is what I'm doing, what I have done so far these last 6 months while I've been working for CTF Tech. But this is our challenge, and this is what we do. How we do it? We use this, these terms, learn and teach. I don't see hands, but yeah. But learn is something that we learn something, and teach is somebody tells you something. Yeah. From this project that we had, supported by Norwegian grants, EEA and Norwegian grants, to be precisely, we have built a learning environment that Estonian schools and at some point all schools who want to use this platform for learning how to hack ethically. Because what I've learned is that actually there are not so many learning materials what students could use in educational perspective way, purposeful way, meaningful way in educational field. Obviously, everybody who wants to do some bad thing can just use YouTube or just Google how to hack Swedbank or how to change grades in e-school. I know I'm using, sorry about for foreigners, I'm using Estonian examples. Okay, Swedbank is also foreign. Yeah, sorry. So anyway, we have this portal. Mario's first task was to introduce this portal to the teachers. Why teachers? Because teachers know what to do. Teachers know how to teach. And another good thing is that teachers have an access to the students. So if a teacher has an access to a student and he or she knows how to teach, we are already on a safe side. So what we did, we promised to, in the project, we promised to target 60 local governments and to introduce them the portal what I will introduce you soon. It sounds like it is TV commercial, more to come. So, okay. So what I did, I just made some appointments together with colleagues from Tartu Ülikooli teaduskool in Estonian, and now I don't remember anymore how it's in English. You used the same word, Iris. Science schools. That's good that I know Iris now. Science School of Tartu University, yeah. And together with Science School, we made in-service days for teachers to introduce ethical hacking for them. And we didn't choose these teachers who must be some kind of, have an IT background. We were expecting these teachers like me. I don't have any IT background. I didn't, because I was, like I told you, I was teacher training in my previous life. So I know how to teach teachers, I think at least. So what we did, we basically have covered the whole Estonia. Basically, these red pins mark places where this platform has been introduced somehow. Because some these kind of meetings were done before when I joined this CTF Tech team, but I managed to visit more than, let's say, 10 places all over Estonian. I remember last time it was in Saaremaa, a really nice meeting. We introduced there, and this was a time where I did it alone, because, you know, I learned a lot during these 6 months. Now I'm basically also a specialized ethical hacker in that sense. So, the idea is first to introduce the Estonia's teachers, but we have that kind of learning platform for future talents for teaching, for learning how to become an ethical hacker. And this doesn't mean that we ask teachers to become professionals themselves to teach these cybersecurity topics. So, but we at least want to raise their awareness that there is kind of platform that you should, what you can use or introduce to the students who are interested in this field. And the portal itself, you will see soon, is you can use it as a self-study. It's kind of self-study methodology that we provide there. So, interesting thing. I hope that this is not a question that I should ask from audience, because I don't know, maybe you don't know. You all know CTF, what does it mean? Means capture the flag. And actually, these tasks that we are providing them, these tasks that these guys are doing and girls are doing behind these walls, they are solving problems, difficult tasks, using their IT skills, how to find a flag. And the flag is an answer, and that usually it's a kind of unique string. In our case, it usually starts with CTF Tech. You wonder why? Because CTF Tech is a company name, but yeah. So, but the idea is to find and provide different challenges, and students must use their IT skills and problem-solving skills, how to solve these problems. And the result is a flag. So now it's time to move here. Now I take role of, please change the screen. Yeah, now I'm a news reader, and you all know this. You all know, yeah, again. I can't use this. You all know. But at least Estonians maybe know this really cool old knitting show where one lady introduced how to knit a sock, for example. And you should learn sitting behind the TV. So basically, these are now knitting minutes. So this is our portal. That will be translated in Estonia first, and for now it's in English. And most of tasks will be in English, because English is in this computer world the main language, and there is no use to translate and to make up Estonian terms for, and this makes things more complicated. It actually is not. So the portal has 3 sections: learn, play, and compete. And from a teacher perspective, you also have a kind of section that we can call teach. So basically, the teach means that you are the place where you can handle your or manage your learning groups. And I will go through step by step, like this knitting show, and try to follow me without any access to this portal. So you have to just save and yeah. But the good news is, if this Cybercation ends, you will all have a chance to try it out in this entertainment area. Yeah, I'm missing my words already. Entertainment area. Try to find out the box that is marked with CTF, and ask a demo, a personal demo session, because Mario told that there is a possibility. Yeah, so you can try it out on your own. So let's see what's inside different steps. So let's imagine that I'm a self-learning student. I got the information from a music teacher who accidentally, not accidentally, but Mario or science school asked to join the cybersecurity training course, knows that there's a portal, but I'm really interested in studying cybersecurity. So when I enter this portal, I will first open up Learn and Learn model, and here I can see topics that are commonly used or taught for students, everything about ethical hacking. We all know that ethical hacking is good, not ethical hacking is bad. You remember that Lauri showed us that how many bad things happen if people are not ethically hacking and doing bad things. Try to wear these black hats, not white hats. Yeah, now I remember that I have a black hat at home. So, but I'm not. I'm hacking ethically. So now you can see here topics that we all start. The topics start with cybersecurity basics. This place where we can start the processes. Just read materials, pictures about this. And at one point will be also videos. So basically, if I have read it through, understand everything, I will just mark done, and another section is opened up. So here's a place where this capture a flag concept is introduced. So these are kind of introduction section. This is a kind of introduction section, and basically refers to the next step. Now I have completed cybersecurity basics. I will continue and start learning about Linux. And this is where things get interesting, because now I have to know more about how to write correct actual command lines in order to find out, solve puzzles that are related with the cybersecurity topics. Why Linux? Anybody knows why Linux? It's open source. What else? It's really basic. What? Yeah. Why not? No, we can ask. We all know about Windows or Apple, but usually, actually, all the IT world uses Linux because it's simpler and it's kind of more gives you more possibilities to create your own security systems and everything like this. So at some point, Estonian teachers maybe remember at some point there was a chance that all the schools in Estonia will start using Linux because Microsoft increased the license rate, the cost of a license rate too high that schools or local governments thought that it's not useful to pay that much amount, that we need to find an alternative. So I thought that in summer that if this had happened, so all Estonian teachers know how to use Linux. wonderful. Makes our life easier. So, I mean, these cybersecurity guys. So, here we can see all the topics that are important for using Linux as a novice user. All the screenshots about how it looks like, desktop, and different command lines, and examples. And another cool stuff is that there's also always now a quiz where you can test your knowledge, what you have learned. So basically, I can just, I will just randomly put it. You can see it. This is this knitting show. Yeah, sock is almost ready. I can see, yeah. So I can press done, and now I can see how many correct answers I was doing. So 1 only. But as it is a learning phase, you can start again. Because if you can redo it, you can analyze your results, why this central Linux installer was wrong. I need to understand it, why it was wrong, but actually what is correct one. So basically I can redo it. And all these topics are basically built in a similar way. So you have this theoretical material and you have this quiz section. But I will smoothly go now on. I will not go through all these lines. You can try it out later in this area. Yeah. So, but what I really like here is this hands-on section where you can actually try it out, all the theoretical materials what you have learned. All this knowledge, you can put this knowledge into skills and try to solve different tasks where you need these skills for ethical hacking. And this mainly is about Linux. So let's play now. Play means a game. So here you can see typical way how to create a CTF task. It looks like Jeopardy, and this is one method that is used for CTFs usually. Jeopardy, points, questions. If you solve, you get these points, and so on. So, and this play model comes from our mother company, Cyber Technology, this ICA portal that actually are using these competitors also in this competition. So let's try to solve one task. I will start the mission because you all saw that we learned the materials. Now I know everything. So let's start with hidden. Start solving and find a flag from your home directory. Investigate your home directory in your galley. Here is a flag in the text file. So who is going to help me? How to do it? Alo, you can't say anything because you know too much. Okay. If I heard correctly, somebody told in the audience that open console. That's a correct answer. Yeah. Now what happens now? What I can actually start the game. So what else I need? I need some knowledge. I need to understand. Now you see that these tasks are in English. And from Estonian perspective, actually it's expected that all the tasks are in Estonian. But concerning these play task will stay anyway in English because there are so many terms that, like I told you, it's no use to translate them to Estonian. So what can I do? Find a flag from your home directory. I can use BVD. What does it mean? Password. It looks like password, but let us see. You are in a root directory. What else I can do? It's easy. It's Linux. Huh? Let's see. How can I see if I need to find some files? How can I see it? How can I find these files? Yeah, ls minus la. You're really good students, and you're a really good teacher. You all basically, it took like 30 seconds. You all know about Linux. And now we can see all the files that are available in this Linux system. Compared to Windows, you will basically the same happens if you open some folders. You will see a list of files. So what can I see here? somebody said secret.txt is interesting. Now let's find out. That's interesting proposal. So now I type in cat. What does it mean? Yeah, that's good. Cat, excellent. You all passed this test, what I'm just doing later. So secret.txt. What I did, okay, I misspelled. Sorry. I made a typo. Let's hope. Again, really bad teacher. Can you imagine when it happens in a knitting show? You are almost full and this jumps off and you have to start again. So, but computers are easier. You can just delete and replace and no file. Jesus Christ, what I did. I'm missing the same typo all the time, so I'm doing the same mistake. Oh, right. Yeah, you learn from speakers' mistakes. So now we see that we found something. Do you remember how a flag in our system looks like? We found the flag. We found the flag. What I have to do is now, actually these guys who are solving and competing to find a battle are doing the same thing. A little bit easier stuff, but I'm doing here. So what I'm doing now is I'm just copying here, submit, and voila. Excellent job. Thank you very much, and that's it. But it's not yet over, because I heard that somebody in the audience told that Mario didn't show the teacher view. So I have 50 seconds. I will show you teacher view. So I have 3 students in my class. The class is called Cybercation. So you see that these students are here. These are these tasks that we are doing. My students, Dr. Active, Cyber Chris, and Kaspar Kuusk, very international group of mine. And I can see here, what kind of tasks that I have asked them to do, starting with cybersecurity basics, Linux basics, and warm-up CTF. These are kind of tasks that I ask them to do. So warm-up CTF comes from a play model. So basically they can play for a round just to try out different kind of cybersecurity tasks. So I will open up results and let's see. Here I can see what happens in warm-up CTF. I can see that someone has used hints, and this means that help for solving a problem. So I tried to find out who was it. Dr. Active hasn't solved anything. Cyber Chris has done one and used one hint. And okay, Kaspar Kuusk needs special attention, but because he used so many hints. And but I have to check the learn model. Everybody has done at least one topic that I asked them to do. So, okay, now it's over. Thank you very much. And last slide, please. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Well, I think we're just can let the audience to ask you a question if there is anything that you would still like to know about this demo. But I think you already covered a lot of things here. Is there anybody who wants to still ask anything from Mario before I let him to go and rest a little now after this exciting demo here?
What you see, I have learned from Estonian professionals. Actually, they are asking a question from themselves and try to answer it. From TV, I've seen some guys who are
So you can perhaps ask a question from yourself if you want to, but
no.
No. All right, and I would say a big thank you for you, and a big applause once again to Mario. And as a last cherry on a cake, I'm asking to join me here on the stage Jarko Ainso, who is the Customer Success Manager at Cyber Technologies, and he's doing a kind of also introduction and demo of the Cyber Range platform, which is very necessary when we would really like to prepare for the attacks when they happen. So I'm going to give the floor to you and go and have a little fun as well here.
Yeah, thank you. So hopefully I will be quicker than Mario. I don't have a lot of slides. But yes, I can switch to my view. So I will do online demonstration. Don't see anything. I see it here. Okay, that's better. I do have a couple of slides, otherwise you don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm from Cyber. My name is Jarko, as introduction was showing. And what I'm trying to tell you today is that how Cyber Technologies Cyber Range platform helps to solve. Was there a question? I don't see anything. Okay, no. So how we are trying to solve the following problem if you want to teach cybersecurity. So what we have understood that when you want to teach something, you want to have materials, some slides or videos. You may want to have some questionnaires. You want to have hands-on labs. And also you want to generate or create the hands-on labs. You want to evaluate and you want to grade your students, and you want to have the results, collect them somewhere, store them to see how they are progressing. So this is our take, how we are approaching our learning environment. And the aim is here always on hands-on. As you saw how Mario just learned about cat command in Linux, so probably he will never forget it now, because he has done it practically in front of the audience, so he will know it. And that's also one thing that we want to do. We want to teach by having hands-on experience. Of course, slides and everything will come together with that, but the main focus is on hands-on, real technical hands-on trainings. And our platform, this is like a marketing slide, is should be reliable because it's been proven in many military organizations. So it is reliable. It is also flexible, enables you to bring your own content, modify existing content, or reuse content that's there. And also it can be accessible when you are using it as a service, so you don't even have to buy the platform itself. And first, when you want to teach something, you can select a use case for your learning. And the following use cases that is our focus are live fire exercises, for example. Anybody knows what is a live fire exercise? So it's that's a bigger event where there is a blue team who are defenders and there is a red team who are the attackers, and the aim is to teach the blue teams in a stress situation where they need to protect their infrastructure when the red team is actually doing live attacks. So then we have the capture the flag type of exercises, exactly similar that is running on the first floor currently. This is a capture the flag type of exercise also Mario showed. We can do red versus red exercise. We can do just the technical training. So basically you can have a university class when you have your own materials and some labs, and during the training you need to achieve something, build something, defend something, attack something, or whatever. So options are limitless mostly. You can do employee testing. For example, you want to test if your technical Linux admin is as good as he offers, then you can give him a task where he can prove himself, hands-on task that he will prove that he is actually a good Linux admin. And similar use cases. So if you have selected this course you want to teach, then next step is to basically put together the course from our content library that we have that is shipped with the service, and you can modify or even create your own course. If you have finished your setup, what you want to teach, then you will clone this environment to all the students you have. Typically you have in the lectures about 30, 40, around maybe even more, depending of the size of your class. Every student wants to have an environment where they can work and hack or develop or do something. And then you use our visualization and integration services to deliver the course. And today I will do also a quick demo. It is a bit similar to Mario's, but the focus is on skills testing. So we are not gonna search for the flag in the system, but we are actually going to modify system and verify that it's modified correctly. So let me bring you up console or portal. But I think at least Mario's presentation I was not able to see to the back row. How does this look when I open up this window? Visible? I see it very, very well. So this is Cyber portal. It looks quite similar as the CTF portal, you can imagine, because we are working together with those. Here we can also have theoretical learning. So here it's just a slide set how to use the same portal that I'm currently showing. But what I'm more interested in is one of the skill testing course, and I will do skill testing for Linux sysadmin course. And I am shown our ISA portal, where I have a lot of Linux administrator tasks. So the aim would be if I'm able to solve all the tasks, so I'm very good Linux administrator. So if you give it to one of your very good Linux administrator and he's able to solve them, then you can be pretty confident that he is good. Today I started the mission. I have currently 24 hours to finish this module. I will do the easiest one, where I need to change a document root folder for Apache web server. And in Mario's presentation, there was a question, why Linux? So yeah, it's for me, why Linux is, so for administrators, they are calling it open source, but it means it's free. I don't have to pay anybody about, I can take whatever Linux version, I can spin it up, don't have to pay anybody anything. Second, why I like Linux is they have really much smaller footprint. So they are taking less resources on my storage. They are easier to handle. They need less resources also when running some just standard stuff. And third, I like command line. So I don't have to have some graphical user interface where I have to move around with mouse or something. So I have keyboard and I can do everything. I'm a king in the keyboard. So okay, let's do this task quickly. My task is to fix the web page. So my description says that there is a Apache web server, and my task is to change the document root to this HTML folder, so the website starts to work. So let's check, does the website work currently or not? So without any VPN or anything, I can just again open the console similarly. So let me try if I'm able to open the website. I hope it still looks cool. No. Let me copy that again. So currently I'm shown, this is a Apache web server default web page. When you install the Apache website, then this is the things that will be shown you if you don't configure it. So I don't see any content. So I need to fix it. So currently, if I let me put it full screen, I have a possibility in my task to submit for assessment. So it means that if I finish the task, I can submit is it actually finished or not. So I expect it to fail because I didn't do any change currently. So I just opened up the website. But let me go back here and fix it. So I SSH into the website. So yes. So now I'm in the web server that is serving the website. Meanwhile, I will go back to here, the ISA. I see that task is not completed. That's correct. So just to not gonna bother you any details, but to fix the website, I just need to go to one specific folder. I will edit one file. So my document root folder is something strange. Okay, this is the default one, but my web server content is actually not in this folder. So let me fix it into this one. I will copy it here. I will change the file. I will save it. And now I need to restart the Apache. And let me see what my web page is doing now. If I refresh the page, oh, I think my website is working again. So what should I do now? Let me go back to my task and let the system verify that is my task solved correctly. So when this is validating, it will run different scripts to validate my doings in the target. I can just click up another task where I can see I have another task. This is about the WordPress. If anybody knows what the WordPress is, then it's a really nice thing for hacking. But actually, it just serves content. So I can see that my task is solved. So I did actually, in the target system, I modified system. System checks did I modify it correctly, and I get this task solved. And aim is to get all of the tasks solved and so on. So this is the user view. And showing the teacher view again, not again, but also. So this is one of the modules in ISA. What I can see the same tasks and different students. So this student has solved all the tasks. So this is like really, really good expert. Let's take another one. This student has solved a bit less. I can also see some details about the specific learning module because it contains some nice standardized IDs. This means that I am unlocking certain abilities when I'm moving on with the tasks. So this student has solved 33% of the tasks, and I can see that he still has some tasks that he can unlock. But for example, this first student, he has unlocked everything. I can also see here on the summary page that what is actual IDs I have unlocked and how can I improve what still is needs to be improved. So ability to define incidents. So different skill set is still missing for this student. So I can compare. I can also see if you have like 20 students and you want to see who is the best in the class, for example, you can do this challenge. So it's similar view as currently downstairs, so we can see that which student has performed the best. Yeah, so I think I'm finished with the content. Is there anything somebody wants to ask? Or we can wrap up. So learning by doing. Now I learned how to configure Apache website. Yes?
So in terms of training SOC teams,
yes,
what we found that was important is that in many cases the team doesn't work as a team.
Yes.
So the ability to ask for help when they need it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm getting at,
yes.
right? And that's one of the biggest problems we have, and that's why we get burnout. We can't keep these guys working. Is there any way you can have them that they sort of, okay, they reach the thing? Because in many cases, the friend next over could do it. Do you have anything on team cooperations or training them in the cyber range? We really try to train them in our cyber range as a team. This seems to be individual.
Yes, so this current demonstration this is totally individual. So it's really individual.
But cybersecurity is a team sport.
Yes. So if you paid attention to the slides, I showed that we have different use cases for different trainings. And exactly the training that you are referring to, this is actually, not actually, this is live fire exercise.
Right, okay.
So either the live fire exercise can be in two ways. So either it's exercise where you need to defend against the red team, or you need to analyze the attacks. So for SOC teams, we have typically done exercise where you don't need to fight. You will, red team is conducting the attacks, and your job or the team job is to analyze how attack was performed. So they need to work together because the attack paths typically are really complicated. They are passing through different firewalls, routers. They are moving from workstations to servers. So it's a teamwork to understand how a specific attack is performed. And exactly for this audience, we do live fire threat hunting exercises where team needs to work together to analyze and get the solutions for those attacks. Or we can put them into more pressure and do live attacks where they need to also defend and fix during the exercise.
And do you have any role in the live fire? Do you have any rollback?
Rollback?
Yeah,
sorry.
so often what we see all of a sudden teams get themselves a rabbit hole, and then we have to stop and then roll back to state X. It's really hard to do because you're storing a lot of stuff.
So in our exercises, the participants are able to roll back the targets themselves. For example, if this web server is attacked and they are not able to fix it. So they are able to roll back and red team can do another attack if they want to. Or so if that answers the question, I'm not sure.
No, it's more as a teacher sometimes you realize the students, because you have path dependencies to decisions when you're doing analysis, and they're going down the wrong path, they're never going to make it, they're never going to find it, they're never going to deal with it.
Oh, for this, yeah, I know what you mean. So this is more like this threat hunting scenario where we are giving the participants Jeopardy style tasks, similarly like capture the flag exercise. But the tasks are not about finding the flag from some target, but the task for them is to analyze. For example, we give them the task that your web page is defaced. So they need to identify those IOCs and attack path, and we are giving them hints. So if they are providing us a solution that is totally like in the wrong section, then we have possibility to give them hints like automatically, or even the teacher can guide them. So just write to the team that please check this and that, so this is wrong. And they can submit multiple times until they will get the correct solution.
Okay, so what happens is a lot of times they see it as an opportunist attack, but it's a targeted attack, and the enemy wants you to consider it is that an opportunist attack, but it was a targeted attack, and the thing you're attacking is not the thing they're after.
Yeah, that might be also.
How do you have a scenario for that?
So all our scenarios are built in a way that our aim is to teach the audience. So we are making sure they understand that was done. Even if during the exercise itself, they are totally lost. Maybe, so typically they have many challenges in one exercise. So basically, if they are not able to find it out during the time frame, they can just skip it and move on with other tasks. And after their exercise, immediately we are doing something called hot wash, where red team itself is explaining all the attacks in detail. And then if they are, during the exercise, they were not able to find it, then they will get the knowledge after the exercise immediately. So if that's something does answer something that you asked.
All right. Yeah, I think it's time to wrap it up here. Let's do a round of applause for Jarkko for his demo here. And from my side, I want to say a massive thank you for each one of you here who decided to come here on Saturday morning, early morning, and actually managed to find time to listen to all of these presentations. And I really do hope it was very interesting for you. I don't think there is not even a question that we have raising threats coming from each corner. And I think one of the best solutions in order to really face these threats is to really find nice talent and actually also really attract more and more people to join the cybersecurity. And I was so happy when we heard about all these solutions that our private sector companies and of course also research institutions are building in order to really make cyber, and I would say this once again, to make cyber more sexy for the students so that they would continue their careers and studies also in this sector. So from my side, one very big thank you once again to everyone here, and also for the information. You can now go and join the exhibition area where there is a lot of fun stuff happening there. You can also see how these kids are still finding the last hours, who is going to win this competition, and at 4:30 there is going to be an award ceremony. So we're going to see which team from which Nordic country is going to actually win this competition. So once again, a very big thank you for also the organizers, and I wish you a very lovely rest of the day. Thank you.